Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Shall we call the meeting to order so that we can start? All right, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for taking your time to come and attend this launch and consultation workshop for the Stockholm Plus 5th International Conference. Perhaps what we want to start with introductions, then we can get to beam our presentation, then we can get on with presentation. So I would like to invite Mr. Shoko from the Ministry of Environment to introduce the delegates from the Ministry of Environment. Mr. Shoko.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm still to confirm. Colleagues from the ministry have arrived. As you can see that most of the tables are not yet filled. I think they are still on the way coming. But let me take this opportunity to introduce our Chief Director, Professor P. Matondi. There he is. You will see him when he comes here to make a presentation later during the day. I see we also have Ms. Rapport. If you can stand up and then the people see you. So far, these are the only ones that I have seen that have arrived. But as we go on with the program, as they arrive, I'll also have the opportunity to introduce you to more of them as they arrive. Otherwise, thank you. Oh, he says I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Joseph Shoko. I'm a Chief Environment Officer in the Ministry of Environment, Climate, Tourism, and Hospitality Industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shoko, for those introductions. Now we move to the Embassy of Sweden in Zimbabwe. Shall I invite Lucinda to introduce the delegates from the embassy?
And Deputy Head of Mission, Dr. Bertole Koburu. And my name is Lucinda Tizer, and I am the Program Officer for Climate and Environment at the Embassy of Sweden. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So we want to try and see if we can use the mic for self-introductions. For the other colleagues, I think we've got 4 minutes to do that. So basically, if you can introduce your name and the organization which you're coming from, so that we quickly get to move with the program. So my colleagues, Tafadzo, Cleopatra, Emily, will help to go around with the mic and start with the introductions. So before that, let me also introduce myself. My name is Jeremiah Mushosho, the program specialist for environment, climate change, and renewable energy in UNDP in Zimbabwe. And maybe Tafadzo, you can lead us for the self-introductions quickly, if you can do that in 4 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Alan Bochwa, I'm a reporter from the Business Connect.
Nyasha Kunyiswa from ZFM Stereo.
Albert Manyani from Pindura University of Science Education.
Ronald Mansoza from the National Association of Societies for the Care of the Handicapped.
Thank you, sir. I'm Teach Jenna from the Business Council for Sustainable Development, Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Cliff Andaroa from Zimbabwe Sunshine Group.
Masimba Kuchera from the Center for Disability and Development.
Tadiwa Msiwa from Financial Express.
Ronnie Mbaisa, Zimbabwe Sunshine Group.
Mande Mcharowana, ZSG.
Tuso Liwayo with the Zimbabwe Environmental Law Association.
Courage Mbiriaonda from the Ministry of Environment, Tourism and Hospitality Industry.
Morning, everyone. I'm Kudzaindi Zano with the Climate Change Management Department, Ministry of Environment, Climate, Tourism and Hospitality Industry.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cleopatra Mangwamba with the UNDP.
Morning, everyone. I'm Emily Isaacson, and I'm also at the UNDP working with communications for Stockholm Plus 50.
Morning, everyone. Tafazo Atlakama, CCMD in the UNDP. Thank you. Over to you, Jeremiah.
Thank you so much, colleagues, for the introductions. We see that there's quite a mix with regards to representation from different organizations, which is quite very good. So we would like to get on with our agenda so that we can move as quickly as possible. We are expecting to finish at around 12:30 because this is a half-day event, and we hope that we can cover all the agenda items and come out with the expected outputs for this workshop. So to start with, I would like to invite a representative from the Ministry of Environment, Climate, Tourism and Hospitality Industry to deliver their welcome and opening remarks. Thank you.
Once again, good morning. I'm back on the stage, this time with a different portfolio. The Chief Director for Ministry of Environment, Climate, Tourism and Hospitality Industry, Professor Mtondi. Sometimes, if you want, you can also call him the coordinator. our ministry is quite huge. So one of his responsibilities is to coordinate. So he is also a coordinator. The Deputy Director for Climate Change, Mr. Ndudzana, I had not introduced him when I came here because I had not realized he was present. Once again, if you can stand up, Deputy Director, so that you are, this time around they see you. Yes. Thank you. Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Sweden to Zimbabwe, Rasa person, the resident representative for UNDP, Mia Sepo, the resident coordinator, Edward Callan, the UNDP program specialist, Mr. J. Mushosho, senior government officials and heads of parastatals who are here present, representatives from the non-governmental organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the launch of the National Consultations building up to the Stockholm Plus 50 International Conference. It is my pleasure on behalf of the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Environment, Mr. M. Munodawafa, who has not been able to be with us, to deliver the opening remarks at this launch of the National Consultation. The UN General Assembly agreed through 2 resolutions to convene an international meeting entitled Stockholm Plus 50, a healthy planet for the prosperity of all, our responsibility, our opportunity. That is in Stockholm on the 2nd and 3rd of June 2022. And this event coincides with the week in which there is the World Environment Day. The meeting will commemorate the 50 years since the convening of the UN Conference on the Human Environment. It is also designed to help accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals during the decade of action, including through a sustainable recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. The conference agenda topic clearly reflects the broad scope and the pressing environment and development management issues. We are also being faced with the new emerging challenges, which is the reason why we have to reconvene and re-strategize. The consultation process we launched today provides us with an opportunity to share our views, ideas, and experiences on some of the environmental issues. It is also an opportunity for us to explore and define practical ways and solutions to address these environmental issues in an integrated and holistic manner that is relevant and appropriate to our own country context, and provide input to the different international and regional processes that we are party to. These consultations provide an opportunity to accelerate the implementation of Zimbabwe's biodiversity strategy and action plan, Zimbabwe's revised national determined contributions, the low emission development strategy, and the sustainable development goals. Specifically, on the emphasis of this conference, may I share with you the Stockholm Plus 50 that the Stockholm plus 50 will set the scene of an adjustment of direction, advancing actions across sectors and setting a new tone in a global collaboration for climate, environment, and development. As a nation, we are reviewing our own commitment to sustainable development by adopting our responsibility, our opportunity philosophy approach as an inclusive and practical way of promoting the right kind of growth, meeting our key challenges, in particular, climate change and waste management. Valuable lessons can also be learned from the sustainable lifestyles that have long been practiced by people and communities whose well-being and cultures are intrinsically linked to our natural resources and biodiversity. We in developed countries are fortunate that we still maintain to a large extent our traditions and practices that govern the way we manage and use our natural resources. We have also developed modern and contemporary systems. Community ownership and leadership is at the core of environmental governance, particularly because most of our lands are customarily owned. Many of our national policies and strategies are meaningless if our communities are not part of. This is just one example to illustrate how village governing systems can be effective in managing our natural resources. We have also developed village bylaws in our country to manage our environment, which is also an example of governance systems can be integrated with the modern legal systems. Within our communities, women, men, youth, and other groups play key roles in terms of environment management. We must always consider the views of the different groups that make up our communities and societies. This reiterates the importance of involving everyone in setting national priorities, as these are the same people who are expected to implement those policies. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we have ahead of us a very challenging and ambitious agenda. However, as government, we are confident that as participants to this consultative conference, we can each play a key part and contribute to the discussions. Your active participation and substantive input will form the basis for successful conference outcomes. Let us harness this opportunity to further enhance our collective efforts for a sustainable environment for the people of our country now and in the future. I thank you.
Another round of applause for Mr. Shoko, please. Thank you so much for the remarks. Indeed, very pregnant with meaning, full of encouragement, full of recommendations, full of commitment to do things for our nation. 50 years later, after the conference, where are we? Where do we want to go? What are the issues? He mentioned a very important statement when he said Stockholm plus 50 is an opportunity for adjustment of direction. How do we address our issues? For example, issues to do with climate change. How do we involve the communities, since they're the ones expected to contribute to the change? Ladies and gentlemen, at this stage, when I look at the program, we are at a stage where we are supposed to talk about the objectives of this workshop, and I'll be the one to quickly go through the objectives of the workshop. And to start with, the first objective of this workshop is to launch the consultation process of the building towards the Stockholm +50 conference, which will happen in Sweden in June. And we also want to take this opportunity not only to raise awareness about the consultations, but about the environment, about biodiversity, about ecosystems, and most importantly, about the conference itself. So this is an important opportunity when we are introducing the conference and the issues surrounding the conference. Secondly, the consultation process today can be viewed as a springboard to deepen engagement on issues such as the revised NDC, the biodiversity strategies and action plans, our green economy, national development strategies, the low emissions development strategies. So this workshop is actually an opportunity for us to reflect, to deepen our engagement, to plan together on how we can move forward with the commitments, the ambitions, and the key priorities in those documents. One of the desired outcomes of this workshop is to really help our country to identify and plan how we can integrate solutions across climate, biodiversity, green recovery, national development strategy, and other SDGs related frameworks. We expect that the consultation workshop at the end of the day will be able to deliver forward-looking recommendations and commitments for the country to ensure a long-lasting impact well beyond the Stockholm +50 conference. And lastly, we are also expecting that this workshop would actually present a number of recommendations on how Zimbabwe can accelerate the achievement of SDGs in a green and inclusive manner. As you may know already, the Stockholm +50 conference, which will be held in Sweden, is premised upon 3 leadership dialogues, which identifies a number of areas which we need to deliberate. And you will see that today, through the plenary, we'll go through some of those themes, which would really help us to be able to reflect where we are, where we need to make adjustments in terms of direction, in terms of coordination, in terms of prioritization. So we are going to reflect on the urgent need for actions to achieve a healthy planet and prosperity for all. How do we achieve that as a matter of emergency? We are also going to look at, in terms of achieving sustainable and inclusive recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, how do we achieve a green recovery? How do we build forward better? Because COVID-19 was actually an X-ray which showed us that we've got certain weaknesses when it comes to emergencies, when it comes to emerging challenges, when it comes to coordination, let alone resources. And lastly, we would like to see at the end of the day how can we implement a whole of society and the whole of the government approach, not only during the identification of the issues, but also throughout the implementation, how we can partner as stakeholders to deliver those urgent actions as a country. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the objectives of the workshop, and I would like us to move quickly to the next agenda item, which is going to be led by our communications team, Emily and colleagues, are you ready with the video? So soon after the video, we'll get on to the remarks from the Swedish Embassy. Emily?
Leaders came together in Sweden for the first ever United Nations Conference on the Human. In 1972, global leaders came together in Sweden for the first ever United Nations Conference on the Human Environment. It was unlike any previous event, bringing together 113 governments to discuss humanity's impact on the natural world.
It is clear that the environmental crisis which is confronting the world will profoundly alter the future destiny of our planet. No one amongst us, whatever our status, strength or circumstance, can remain unaffected.
The human environment will always change. Development will continue. There will be growth. This cannot and should not be avoided. The decisive question is in which direction we will develop, by what means we will grow, which qualities and what values we wish to guide our future.
I think the lasting message of the Stockholm Conference will be the realization that man has come to one of those seminal points in his history where his own activities are the principal determinants of his own future.
Now, 50 years after that Stockholm meeting, we face a triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, as well as other planetary ills that are affecting our current and future well-being.
This triple crisis is our #1 existential threat, and we need an urgent all-out effort to turn things around.
An unhealthy planet threatens human health, prosperity, equality, and peace, as we have seen of SDGs. In this moment of truth, we need to urgently work to transform our economies and societies. The science is clear. The solutions are known. We need whole of society action for a whole of society problem. We know it can be done. The world came together to fix the ozone layer, phase out leaded fuel, and stop endangered species from going extinct. With this in mind, the UN General Assembly has decided to convene an international meeting entitled Stockholm +50, a healthy planet for the prosperity of all, our responsibility, our opportunity. It will be held in Stockholm, Sweden, from the 2nd till the 3rd of June 2022. It will commemorate the 50 years since that 1972 watershed moment when the environment took center stage for the first time. There is only one Earth, and the stakes have never been higher. Join us. In 1972, global leaders came together
Just a very quick remark. So first, thank you for this. This is a background to the Stockholm Plus 50 conference and why we're having it. And then moving on, I have a very quick remark. There's someone maybe in here with a Toyota and has a number ACT 5733. If they're in here, they need to attend to that car in the parking lot right now. Yes. And moving on to the next agenda item. Do you want to take over, Jeremiah, and present? Yes, sorry about that.
All right, thank you very much, colleagues. So we've got a pre-recorded speech from the Swedish Embassy, and we are thinking that we can make a few changes because the resident representative from UNDP is not here yet, but she's coming. So we are thinking that both the speeches will happen at the same time. So as soon as she arrives, we'll then play the remarks from the Swedish Embassy. Then we have the speech from the UNDP resident representative. Then what we will do is, Mr. Shoko, I don't know if the keynote remarks from the Minister of Environment, if they are ready. Mr. Shoko. Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you. A very good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here on this momentous day where we are launching the consultations on issues that we are passionate about. On environment, mask. I remove the mask. Is it safe? Is it safe for all of you? Thank you so much. Probably it becomes clear for you to see my face. By way of introduction, again, my name is Professor Matondi. I'm the National Coordinator and Chief Director in the Ministry of Environment, Climate, Tourism, and Hospitality Industry. And I'm responsible for environment and climate services. So I thought this is an opportunity for me to be able to introduce myself to you in the work, but also in the new work that I've started undertaking, very important within the context of government. Because I've got a bit of more time, I just also want to give thanks to the Swedish Embassy. I'm a Swedish scholar, by the way. I was educated in Sweden in probably about 22 years ago in Uppsala at the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences. A couple of years ago, they appointed me an associate professor of development studies. So Sweden is really my second home. But I'm also very proud of Sweden simply because of the work that they've done on environment. The Stockholm Environment Institute, based in Sweden, the work that they do on water, on waste, on pollution, on biodiversity, and a range of other environmental related issues, issues that are very close to me. There are also issues of an international nature. From their foundations in 1970, from the foundations of the Stockholm Institute, is it the Stockholm Institute in 1972? I go back all the way to the work done by, maybe some of you know her, Rachel Carsons, who wrote The Silence of the Springs. That was a huge influencer to the adoption or for the resolution to establish the Stockholm, the United Nations Environmental Program, which is now based in Nairobi. So those are my off-the-cuff remarks, and why I feel that this work that we are undertaking is very critical to the global world. So let me say, by way of my speech of our Honorable Minister, Ngabizita Mangaliso Ndlovu, who's currently away on government duty, the Permanent Secretary for Environment, Tourism, and Hospitality Industry, Mr. Mnodawafa, the Ambassador of Sweden to Zimbabwe as a person, the resident representative for UNDP, Mia Sepo, the resident coordinator, Edward Callan, and the UNDP Specialist Program, Mr. Mushosho, senior government officials and heads of parastatals here, representatives of non-governmental organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to address you on the National Consultations Build-Up Workshop to the Stockholm +50 International Conference, which will be held from the 2nd to the 3rd of June in Sweden. The roots of the Stockholm lie in the 1968 proposal from Sweden that the UN hold an international conference to examine environmental problems and identify those that require international cooperation to resolve. The Stockholm +50 conference will reinforce the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the creation of the United Nations Environmental Program, held from the 4th to the 5th of March, in which Zimbabwe participated and contributed for a resolution to establish a globally legally binding instrument towards ending plastic pollution, and which has detrimental impacts on both aquatic and terrestrial systems. The theme for Stockholm +50 commemoration are to reflect on the urgent need for actions to achieve a healthy planet and also prosperity for all, achieving a sustainable and inclusive recovery from COVID-19 pandemic, and accelerating the implementation of the environmental dimension of sustainable development in the context of the decade of action. COVID-19 pandemic sheds more light on the theme, as it has become more apparent that a healthy environment is critical for human health, and that we are responsible for protecting the environment itself. Ladies and gentlemen, Stockholm +50 will also set the scene of an adjustment of direction, advancing actions across sectors, and setting a new tone in global collaboration for climate, environment, and development. In order to facilitate a whole of society, a whole of government ownership, targeted consultations will be done throughout Zimbabwe, both physically and also virtually, as a means to be inclusive in the processes. It will not be limited to policymakers, but it will extend to youth, to women, to children, to persons with disabilities, to the private sector, academia, civil society, and the media, to ensure that no one is left behind. The consultations will therefore provide an opportunity to accelerate the implementation of Zimbabwe's biodiversity strategy and action plan, Zimbabwe's revised nationally determined contributions, the low emissions development strategy, as well as the sustainable development goals in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, we all have a role to play in addressing environmental challenges that we are facing as a nation, but which also speaks to some of the global crises. The Ministry of Environment and Climate, Tourism and Hospitality Industry, in partnership with the United Nations Development Program in Zimbabwe, will therefore embark on a nationwide stakeholder consultation as a build-up to the conference in June. I therefore encourage all interested organizations, that includes individuals, to present their views and interventions during these processes. The government of Zimbabwe has taken environmental issues seriously. Since independence, the government also established a ministry that is precisely responsible for environment protection and natural resource management. It is also enacted within the context of various legislation and adopted policies that guides all our environment action plans.
In this regard, I'm pleased to announce to you that young people and youth organizations are encouraged to participate in the activities that builds up to Stockholm at 50 commemorations. I also wish to once again thank the United Nations Development Program for its resilience during this difficult time, and assure you that we will surely achieve a healthy planet for the prosperity of all as we celebrate 50 years of environmental action. Let us also therefore continue to engage in dialogue so that brick by brick, we are joining hands to rebuild our environment and ensure we make it contribute more to the economic growth and prosperity for our beautiful Zimbabwe, but also for our beautiful global planet that is at stake due to the climate crisis, but also the environmental challenges that we face at a global level. So I call upon all of you to contribute to this process. We are open as government to have conversations with yourselves and others towards meeting this agenda. So let's meet all in Stockholm from 2 to 3 June of this year. So I thank you for listening, and thank you so much for organizing for this platform to launch these consultations.
Thank you very much, Professor Matondi, for those very interesting remarks from the Ministry of Environment. Very insightful. I'm picking very interesting keywords so far from the speeches, which are resonating with the themes of the Stockholm Plus 50 conference. I've heard of the adjustment of direction. I've heard of the whole of society approach, emphasizing the participation of youth, women, and other vulnerable groups. I've also picked of the whole of government approach, which is very important, by the way, when it comes to the implementation of our obligations, reaching our targets with regards to the international frameworks for addressing environmental issues. I'm also picking the agents of action. How do we urgently act upon issues which are locally relevant, globally relevant, where we are going to think globally and act locally? How are we going to do that in a manner which is urgent, in a manner which is ambitious, in a manner which is coordinated? I'm also picking that there is need for acceleration of implementation of the already existing strategies and policies in the country. For example, the national determined contributions, the low emissions development strategy, the NDS1, and also the biodiversity strategies and action plans, and many other national documents. And these will really help the country to recover in a greener way from the impacts of COVID-19, which has caused a lot of people to lose their means of livelihoods, further degradation of the environment, and consequently, poverty. So where we are at right now, let me check time. We've got the next agenda item, which is the press conference, and also another agenda item, which is a tea break. And we are hoping that we can start to have our tea break at 9:50, and perhaps in the next 5 minutes, if I can invite, okay. So she says tea is ready now. So maybe we can start with tea, then we do the press conference. So once we come back from tea, we will be expecting the resident representative from UNDP to deliver remarks after the pre-recorded remarks from the Swedish Embassy. After those two speeches, we will move on to a plenary discussion, which won't be very long. And we are going to be tackling about 3 key thematic areas. where we are going to have a frank discussion to say what needs to be done urgently for us to position the country and create an enabling environment for us to be able to address our environmental issues so that we contribute to the global discourse, but also making sure that Zimbabwe is a climate resilient nation, is a low carbon nation, and also one that is able to provide for the needs of the most vulnerable, including the youth, women, and other vulnerable groups in our communities. So ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to grab your teas while we are preparing for the press conference, which I believe is going to take a few minutes, maybe up to 15 minutes. Then we can continue with the next agenda items. So tea is just there. You can see it from where you are sitting. You can grab your tea and we reconvene at 1:15. Yeah. Emily, is it 1:15 or it's 10 o'clock? 1:15. Okay. Stanganda or coffee, so we can proceed, I think. So we had a discussion during the break to make further adjustments and so that we can accommodate other guests to also input into the whole process. For example, the press statement. We would like the press statement to take place after the speech from the Embassy of Sweden and the speech from UNDP. So we are proposing to go into the first plenary, where we are going to reflect on the urgent need for action to achieve a health planet and prosperity for all. And that plenary is going to be facilitated by Mr. Shoko from the Ministry of Environment. So what we would like to achieve in that particular plenary is to really reflect on the issues and come up with very clear recommendations. If you remember what I highlighted in the beginning, we want clear recommendations which we can put forward and see how best we can then implement those actions so that we can achieve our targets, we can attain our goals, and make sure that our country realizes its objectives, national priorities, and things like that. So I would like to invite Mr. Shoko to come through and facilitate the discussion on the urgent need for action. And I will be taking some notes, and I would appreciate if the contributions are straight to the point, very clear recommendations, which we can take forward because we don't have the whole day. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at a very critical stage where the consultation is now starting. It has been launched by the chief director. What we want to do now is to start the consultation process. We are going to have various issues that we attend to, specific issues. The whole idea is to get ideas from stakeholders at all levels, starting at national level. We want to get your input towards the Stockholm 50. You heard that sometime in June is where the international conference is going to be held. And obviously, as government of Zimbabwe, we want to make our submissions. But the submissions that we are going to make are coming from the people of Zimbabwe. They are coming from all stakeholders. If you look at the questions that are on the flip chart there, that is the target for the first session, where we want to reflect on the urgent need for actions to achieve a healthy planet and prosperity for all. My purpose will be I'm throwing these questions to yourselves, and then you make suggestions. What you are going to provide as suggestions is what is critical at the moment. How can we restore, if we look at number one, how can we restore and regenerate a positive relationship with nature? List 2 or 3 good practices and the pathways that you would like to see scaled up to enable a move to a healthy planet. To me, this is a straightforward question, a task that we need to respond to, but probably we need to break it into 2 and start with how we can restore and regenerate a positive relationship with nature. How do you think we can achieve that? What is your input?
Thank you very much for that question. I think for us to restore a positive way with our nature, there is need to encourage carbon sinks mechanisms, where I am looking at the growing of trees, be it farmers, like in our area there, the Bindura University of Science Education, we have started to communicate with the farmers, and we are venturing in where we are targeting the growing of avocado trees, then mangoes, oranges, and macadamia nuts. You can see that once we do that, we have food on the table, like fruits. These fruits can also be traded. We can trade with those fruits. At the same time, we are trying to manage climate change by reducing carbon dioxide into the atmosphere through the growing of these fruits. So it is one way in which we can actually restore our environment. That's what I can say for now.
Thank you. Maybe you need to say your name before you hand over the mic. You said you are?
My name?
Yes.
Okay, is Dr. Manyani.
Thank you, Doc.
From Bindura University.
Thank you, Dr. Manyani, for that important contribution. Let's have other contributions. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir, for this opportunity. I want to also support the point that Dr. Manyani has made.
Sorry to interject. You'll tell us your name first.
Oh, sorry. My name is Teach Jena. I'm from the Business Council for Sustainable Development in Zimbabwe.
Okay.
My contribution is related to what Dr. Manyani has said. However, I want to take it backwards. Each time I drive around the country, I realize that trees, like for example, mangoes, easy to observe. We have got very old mango trees. When you go around, you don't see young mango trees coming up, which basically means, I've just used that as an example. Our forefathers, they were very much particular about growing trees for the benefit of their future generations, their grandchildren. But, you know, our generation and probably the one immediately past, they didn't have that. So my thinking is in line with what he has said. Let's focus on educating those people from as early as ECD to understand the importance of vegetation, the importance of trees, the importance of nature, the importance of the environment. What is air all about? How can it affect us and all that at that age? Because those are the people now who can then influence the future. Our generation, there are things we can do to mitigate, but going forward, I think we just need to take it back to the kids, because they can, when they correct you, you say, Daddy, this is not right. You know, you listen and you do it. But when your peer corrects you at this stage, you know, it may not really be very effective. So I think let's look at it from a tender age. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Take them young. This is what you are contributing. I think it's very, very important.
Online, I think someone else wants to.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Hello.
Lawrence, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Lawrence Jongi from Jongi Suits Private Limited. My contribution is on reforestation efforts, which are both.
Lawrence, are you speaking?
Yes, I'm speaking. Can you hear me?
I think we're having challenges. Over to you.
Thank you. Maybe we need to have other contributions from the floor, whilst we try to restore connection there for virtual process. Yes.
Hi, it's Lucinda Tizer from the Embassy of Sweden. I think it's important for Zimbabweans not to take the natural resources that they have for granted. You know, there is a lot in this country that is already there. So of course you have to plant trees, but it's also about protecting what we already have and trying to put a value on that, and hopefully not being in the situation 10 years down the line where we look back and think, oh, we should have protected that while it was still there. But there has to be some sort of payment mechanism or some sort of value that communities get from protecting their natural resources. So it's working out how to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the contribution.
I will try again, Lawrence. Come through.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. We could hear you, Lawrence. You're on mute again.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, you make your submission.
Yes, my contribution is more or less to what the previous speaker was talking about. Our agroforestry or agroecology interventions should be both adaptive and mitigatory. That is, we should value our indigenous species, which have multiple benefits. That is, there are species which are both herbs, they provide fruits, they provide timber, and also which are also carbon sinking. I think we need to look to place value into each and every aspect or each and every species that we have on our resources as a country, right? From amarula, hissing tree, and so forth and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The issue of value seems to be coming up quite eloquently. Let's have other contributions. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Mtuso Liwayo from Zela. I think one of the positive practices that we can actually continue and encourage is basically the uptake of renewable energy sources as part of the transition to the green economy. I think as a country, we have started somewhere. If you look at the renewable energy policy, it does provide for the promotion of these renewable sources of energy. So I think that's something that we should continue to push for. We have just started, but I think we still have a long way to go. But I think this is one of the ways that can actually result in us having a healthy planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What is, as we discuss, do we have other contributions? Okay, you can go ahead.
We also have something online.
Okay.
Let's also take one colleague online. Okay, Nyari. You can go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Nyaradzo Mashayamombe from Tege Life International, a girls and young women's rights organization. My contribution will be, I think I shared earlier on a bit of information regarding the participation of women and girls in as far as ensuring good habitat is concerned. For the most part, women and girls, they are either the victims of the environment or they are also sometimes perpetrators from a point of ignorance, but most importantly, they are victims because they do not own the resources. So I would imagine that there's often conflict between women and the environment because women do not own the resources. Women are not informed. So I was actually thinking about the issue of land that you, Mr. Speaker, mentioned in your opening conversation when we were talking about the issue of land being customarily owned. And when we're talking about resources and being in harmony with nature, I think it's also important for us to focus on women and girls as owners in land. So for example, quickly, Zimbabwean women, you get married to someone else's land and the land remains that of the husband. And upon divorce, which happens frequently and often, you leave that land that we're tilling, you don't own any resources. So for me, my proposition out of one of the things that would be amazing that we could do out of this exercise is to begin to say, how can we make women and girls on land, on the resources, be at the table when we are discussing resources in terms of ownership, actual ownership of land, actual ownership of resources, given the traditional or customary nature of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am so happy that as we carry on with these discussions, we're actually killing, what do we say? Killing many birds with one stone. The contributions that you make can actually be transformed and be made to policy, which means we are already covering a lot of questions. As you think about what you want to contribute, also look at, put a lot of emphasis also on marginalized groups, like what has been alluded to already, and think about issues to do with the clear-cut policies. How do we proceed? What priorities do we make? Otherwise, the contributions that are coming out are quite very, very valid, as they are, they generalize, and we would end up having a very good report of ourselves. Let's have other contributions.
Thank you very much. My name is Ronnie Mbaisa from Zimbabwe Sunshine Group. So I would maybe want to focus more on waste management, as we would also want to move closer or to drive our actions closer to nature where we were before. So my submission would be that maybe we have the policies in the country, we have the documents that point to the direction that we need to take as a nation, but a missing link that I think can drive us to where we want to go is when we have policies, then we have the directions that points to financial instruments that will support the implementation of different policies that we have, because as far as we are implementing different type of projects, we are missing in terms of financial instrument that can support that. So I think that's another area that we want to look at, and also moving from linear model of waste management to a circular economy would also get us closer to nature. The last one would be, if we keep on having discussions or raising awareness in terms of our consumption patterns, how best we can improve in terms of our consumption pattern, it will actually reduce the amount of waste that we generate and that is laying idle. And also the last one would be commodification of waste. Is one area that, if you look at developing countries, really focus on, where they do waste to energy, where they also do recycling, massive recycling. I thank you.
Thank you very much. There's another hand behind yours.
All right, maybe we can just take Nisia online so that we alternate in the room. Nisia, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Nisia Manguleni, and I am joining you from Siyako. I just wanted to differ slightly. I think it was Nyari that had highlighted regarding women and girls as victims in this scenario. I would like to differ slightly and, say that women are actually agents of change, particularly when it comes to environmental issues. Most of women, if you look at a lot of indigenous conservation practices, most women are the custodians of this. So when we're looking at sustainable conservation practices, looking to the future, women should be involved because they know they have been practicing these indigenous methods for years, and they need to be consulted. And I know that each and every community of people has its own set of unique conservation methods. And these also need, obviously, to be fused with new technology. But I think it's important to say that women should be involved, should be included, because they are the custodians of indigenous conservation practices that they've been doing for decades, if not centuries and whatnot. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You're putting emphasis on involvement of women who remain marginalized. Any other contribution? I saw there was a hand there.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Clever Ndaroa. I would like to maybe re-emphasize on what Ronnie said, especially on the need for a shift from the linear model going to the circular one. You'd realize that currently, as a nation, many people are still relying in extraction of virgin materials. I want to give you an example in terms of paper manufacturing. People are still relying on extracting trees and everything, but if you check on the cardboard boxes, no one is putting more emphasis on the recycling of that paper. So we need to shift as a nation from this linear way of extracting things, going to a circular one of just recycling things and everything. And also, I think there's need in terms of enforcement of laws, because if you check, there are many laws that maybe govern the extraction and use of materials, but people are not adhering. So there's need for a nation to maybe try to put a bit in terms of enforcement of such laws when they are put in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the contribution. I also request that as we continue with discussions, we also think about how we need to track our progress towards achieving a healthier planet that we want. Think about that. How do we track so that when we get to the next lap of the 50 years and celebrate the Stockholm Convention, we are saying, this is how we have been going. Yes, let's have the next speaker.
Hello, MC, may I be allowed a minute, please?
Yes, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. So I may not have made myself clear because I think Nisia did not get me correctly. I feel very obligated to make myself clear. I did not say women do not need to be included. Actually, if anything, my point was actually to advocate for ownership of women for land, as well as resources in decision making as well. So just in case someone didn't get me right, I said women usually in our customs are usually disadvantaged because they do not own land. It's customary, because if somebody got married today, they are going to till the land of their husband. If they got divorced, they're going to leave that land and they continue being poor without anything. So my position or my point is, let's have policy that allows women to own resources, that allows women to have some recourse if they get into a relationship and it doesn't work and they've been owning this land. So for me, it is really talking about the tradition as well, to say, when we look at customs and traditions, how can we say a woman who got married and was stealing this land can still be allowed ownership of that land? So definitely, let's have women participate. Let's have women own resources. Let's have women be at the center of also what we're talking about. After all, they are 52% of our environment. So as we are talking right now, I would love for us to have gender as one of the key cross-cutting issues, to say, how do we move with women, youths, and the disabled as we are in this room? Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to clarify myself. Thanks.
Thank you very much for clarifying yourself. I'm happy that what you're actually saying resonates with what's happening now in the country. I'm sure if we have Ministry of Lands around, do we have any member from the Ministry of Lands? If we don't have, but I'm very sure that as they review the land policy right away, there is an aspect of gender. In fact, the title of the policy now is something like the review of land policy, and something to do with the gender. I'm sure where they are focusing on taking on board women so that they're not marginalized in terms of even security of tenure when it comes to land ownership. So what you are saying is actually in tandem exactly with what government is doing. We are happy about that. It's part of our action as government. Let's have more contributions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Facilitator. I just want to bring to your attention the issue of people with disabilities, especially considering the theme that the United Nations and also government seems to be running with, the tagline, leave no one behind. They are very beautiful words, which I think should also then be backed up by very robust actions. The first one is to ensure that in terms of programming, there is universal design. In other words, the programs and policies should then include people with disabilities from the start, as not only as recipients of the programs, but also as people who can contribute to the development of the programs. What we have seen in the recent past is that people with disabilities have been included as recipients of the programs. And when you look at your disaster risk reduction management approaches, you will find that sometimes because of that lack of planning, people with disabilities find themselves in serious difficult circumstances. So my contribution is to want to say that it's important for us, starting from this point, to ensure that as we consult and as we develop the contributions for this program and other programs, we need to ensure that we include people with disabilities from the beginning, from the design process until implementation.
Thank you very much. Leaving no one behind is a government mantra, and Thank you for bringing up that point, especially that we don't need to forget that we have got disability and they need to be taken on board. Yes, madam, you can go ahead.
Thank you. There is need to mainstream environmental and natural resources management across all sectors. Even the youths should be included. And this can be done by airplay of environmental jingles and also incorporating artists that we know that the youth admire. And these can advertise commemorations and many environmental and natural resources and pollution decrease in environmental management. And if we catch them young, we know that there'll be top of the mind awareness whereby if they can sing along to reduction in waste management, sing along to stopping of deforestation, then we know that even in their mind, it is going to be imprinted. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a strong contribution. You emphasize on an all-inclusive approach in terms of educating even the young, putting on board even artists. You know, young people, they like those artists, and that could be a very good methodology of taking the young ones on board. Do we have other contributions?
Yes, I think Casper online.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, Casper, go ahead.
Okay, so maybe I would also want to, my contribution would also compare with previous speaker.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. I think Abigail was, okay, it's muted. So I was saying, I also concur with the previous speaker who talked about incorporating artists. So I'm Casper from House of Arts Association. And as an organization, we're more into development. We use art as a tool for development in so many areas. So I was also thinking that maybe just to add on to what she said, looking at the aspect of working with ambassadors, artists as big ambassadors, I would also want to say maybe like what we do is the House of Arts, we work more with the grassroots artists, those artists that are emerging from the communities, those young people that are also emerging as artists within the communities. We've realized that young people within the communities, they resonate more with people from their own communities. And if you look at the energy that comes from a bigger artist and the energy that comes from an artist who's still upcoming, if you make an ambassador someone who is upcoming, there's so much energy because they want people to know that they are actually an ambassador of something that is great. But when you make someone who is already known, maybe they can just post about it once on their social media for you to know that they're actually making money, but it's not about the change that we are also looking at. So when we want to really look at the change, I would also suggest that maybe we need to look at people that are enthusiastic in terms of trying to work and trying to make an impact within their communities. And also, I was also thinking that because as an organization, we were looking into different areas. Then I also loved what Nyarai said in terms of inclusion of young women, and also just women in general. I also concur with what she was saying. I think that maybe it's also maybe a role for us as an arts organization. We also work with so many, we find ways that are so creative in terms of trying to demystify the cultural perspective of people saying that maybe land should only be owned by men. I mean, we also want to try and neutralize that and make sure that we creatively make people within the communities understand that people are equal, anyone can own anything. And also as an organization, we would also maybe want to also try and assist in terms of creating ways of creating even platforms like we normally do. We normally create platforms in terms of, we use festivals So these festivals are also platforms that we create to invite people that are that also formulate policies. So those are we create hello. Okay, so we also
your contribution has been noted. I think we also have someone else online, Laura.
Maybe we'll need only two more contributions because of time.
That means a very to and fro. Drive.
Hear me?
Hello.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, quite clearly.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Laura Mlambo. I am from Environment Africa. Well, I want to ride on what previous speakers have said. Well, my first point is mainstreaming of environmental issues. That's very correct. And we need also mainstream these issues in urban planning, etc., so that we create what we call strategic partnerships, because environmental issues don't just fall in the hands of people, perhaps, let's say, Ministry of Environment alone. So we need to create strategic partnerships and strengthen them so that we act holistically. And on top of that, we've got indigenous knowledge systems or local knowledge that we also must respect, as it also feeds into restoring that relationship, that positive relationship with nature, especially given those marginalized communities where we have indigenous knowledge systems that are still strong. So I guess that's my contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the contribution, especially when you refer to strategic partnerships. From the Ministry of Environment, honestly, we can't do it alone. We can only manage as long as you come on board. I think we need to create a very live desk in our ministry, probably to receive people who come. The ministry is quite open, and we would want you to come and partner us in this. And remembering that everybody has got a responsibility. I will only have only one question. I know there are many issues that you want to contribute, but time, as you know, is always jealous. Let's have one last one. You become the last person to contribute on this notion that we have.
Thank you, sir. It's Teach Jenna again. My main area of interest is land conservation. You spoke about the need to have community ownership and involvement, because what I've noticed, issues like, for example, stream bank cultivation, they've caused a lot of problems in Zimbabwe, particularly, you know, when you talk about the siltation and a lot of things like that. I think community involvement is key, because you find that in some areas people will be doing all sorts of things because they are saying maybe EMA does not get to them. But if these things are devolved to the community, where the crow heads and the chiefs are the ones who are actually, you know, deciding with their communities how their land should be used, to what extent should people actually begin to plow from the riverbanks and what have you. I think it's very critical, because the issue of water is a major issue right now that we're experiencing. And most of it is because of people are just plowing. You find that crops will get into the rivers. People are just plowing along the stream banks and what have you. So I think that's an area that we need to really look at critically and devolve it to the community level. Also, the issue of mining, you know, particularly artisanal mining is really rife, and that's causing a lot of problems in terms of land degradation. So if we devolve management to the communities and give them authority and power in terms of how the land should be managed, I think that will help us in terms of environmental management and sustainability. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And being the last person to contribute in this one, you actually brought in a very splendid contribution. The issue of devolution to grassroots, that is very critical. as long as we are able to devolve an environmental management to grassroots level, I think we'll be able to regenerate and restore. Otherwise, let me take this opportunity to thank you very much for this first session of our interactions. You are very good students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shoko, for that splendid job. And actually, we were very good students because I said we want straight to the points, straight recommendations, which are implementable. So I've managed to list about 17 points, which people raised. It's a lot. It feels like we've been here for the whole day. And I sort of clustered the responses into a very few sort of groupings, which I'll just recap, right? So that we see if there are any gaps as we do further discussions, we could then see where there are gaps and take them forward. So number one, there was the talk of protecting and preserving the environment, where issues to do with the tree planting were spoken about, making carbon sinks, but also earning livelihoods and food from conserving the environment. You know, those ecosystem services which are provided by biodiversity and other ecosystems. There was an issue of women, children, girls' involvement, which is stemming from the whole society approach. This is particularly very important. Look at the youth dividend and also looking at who is in the rural areas, who are the day-to-day environmental managers. If they lack that information as women, we run the risk that whatever strategy we put on paper here in the hotel is going to fail on the ground, because what we're saying here lacks ecological validity, because we are designing solutions sitting here where the resources are not actually premised. There was a talk of the development and deployment of renewable energy. Renewable energy is one of the lowest hanging fruits which we can implement to tackle so many problems. First of all, climate change mitigation. Secondly, providing access to energy, which is currently lower than 40% in the rural areas, about 60% generally, including urban and rural areas. This is one of the biggest areas which we need to look at as a country. We've got the National Renewable Energy Policy, which is promoting many incentives so that we can develop and deploy. We've got many resources. We fully understand solar. We still need to decide and discuss on wind. We still need to explore further on geothermal and things like that. What do we need to do? What is our priority in the energy area? We also heard about education and awareness about environmental issues. This is very key because somebody can only act if they're empowered with the knowledge. If they're empowered with the knowledge that if they don't do this, we are going to further degrade the environment, and our capacity to regenerate, produce food, and live on this earth is completely eroded. So that's very important. There was an issue on waste management. I'm sure you would agree with me that waste is a big problem, and lacking financing mechanisms for waste management and recycling and other things is a huge problem. So we spoke about the need to put financial mechanisms to commodify waste and make sure that we are able to deal with waste. There was also an issue on the circular economy, to move away and transition from the linear way of dealing with waste. I think this is very important. We also heard about law enforcement. We've got the Environmental Management Act, the National Climate Change Response Strategy, National Renewable Energy Policy, Wildlife Policy, and many other national documents. Are we fully implementing? What monitoring mechanisms are in place for us to be able to see that we are going somewhere? Have we been able to measure the impact? To say, with the coming of these policies, what strides have we made? What are the weaknesses and things like that? We also have heard that the programs and policies on environmental conservation, they need to involve the disabled, not only as recipients, but also from the design stage during implementation and monitoring if they're actually benefiting from all those actions which we are doing. And lastly, and most importantly, community empowerment and involvement at the local level, where we're talking about devolution, land ownership, empowering them to act, empowering them to hold accountable those who are degrading the environment, but also giving them information to be able to act at the lowest level. So this is just a recap from the first plenary, and I'm sure that we managed to capture a lot of the points. So perhaps we need to move with our agenda. Let me recognize the presence of the UNDP Zimbabwe resident representative, Mia Sepo, who has just joined us. Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking your time to come and join us. We are moving very well with the program, and we were expecting you. So what we would like to do at the moment is to go ahead and play the pre-recorded remarks from the Embassy of Sweden. Then we can have remarks from your side. Then we proceed with the program, if that's okay with you. All right, thank you.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to this virtual press conference. My name is Åsa Persson, and I'm Sweden's ambassador to Zimbabwe. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you Stockholm Plus 50, the environmental conference that will be taking place in Sweden on June 2nd and 3rd. It will be hosted by the government of Sweden with the support from the government of Kenya. In 1972, the very first UN environmental conference took place in Stockholm, where the link between environmental issues and poverty was acknowledged, and environmental concerns were placed at the forefront of the international agenda. Today, it is high time to really emphasize on the fact that global partnerships and collaborations for a sustainable planet is more urgent than ever. It is a crisis, and it needs to be treated that way. Stockholm Plus 50 is about building forward and is an opportunity for leaders to come together to chart the course toward a green and fair future for us all. It is about accelerating green transitions and solutions, and to involve and give voice to civil society, the business sector, and the youth on local levels. Leading up to the Stockholm Plus 50 conference, there will be global, regional, and national dialogues across sectors conducted worldwide, and we are proud to be able to support the initiative here in Zimbabwe with our partner, the UNDP, and they will be able to give more detailed information on that process. Sweden is a strong global advocate for environment and climate issues, and we hope that the Stockholm Plus 50 can help to advance the agenda, commitments, and necessary changes in this field even further. In Zimbabwe, environment and climate is one of the Swedish prioritized areas. We are working towards sustainable management of natural resources, strengthening resilience to climate disasters, and increasing access to renewable energy. The embassy has several partners in this field, including Zimbabwe Environmental Law Association, Oxfam, Practical Action, and the AACF, and has plans to grow the climate and environment portfolio even further. I'm looking forward to following the national consultations in different regions in Zimbabwe. And with that said, I hand over with a warm hand to the head of the UNDP in Zimbabwe, Ms. Mia Seppo. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. With the remarks from the Embassy of Sweden, we appreciate the time that she took to pre-record that very important message, a message of encouragement, a message of solidarity, a message of a call to action to protect the environment. Without further ado, let me invite the UNDP resident representative, Mrs. Mia Seppo, for her remarks for the workshop.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, participants, a warm welcome to this kickoff meeting of the National Consultations for Stockholm +50 in Zimbabwe. Let me start by acknowledging the presence of the Ministry of Environment, Climate, Tourism and Hospitality Industry. Let me thank the Excellency, the Swedish Ambassador, for her pre-recorded statement. Let me thank the representatives of the Swedish Embassy for being with us here this morning. And let me thank all of you for joining us, both here in person. And I also know that we have a number of people who are joining online. So a very good morning to all of you. Mr. Maurice Strong, who was the Secretary General of the 1972 Stockholm Environment event, said the lasting message of that event was the realization that man has come to one of those seminal points in his history where his own activities are the principal determinant of his future. Now, that was 50 years or 5 decades ago. And here we are today in a world that is facing multiple planetary crises of climate change, nature degradation, and biodiversity loss, threatening current and future prosperity and well-being. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has described the planetary crisis as our #1 existential threat that needs an urgent, all-out effort to turn things around. As you already heard from Her Excellency the Swedish Ambassador, we are working towards the conference in Stockholm on the 2nd and 3rd of June. This is indeed a collaboration between the government of Sweden and the government of Kenya, and it comes at a very important point in time. These national consultations are the lead up to this important event in Stockholm, taking place at national, regional, and global level. With these consultations, with the collaboration that we have with the Embassy of Sweden, we are looking at a process that will take a whole of society and a whole of government approach. We will hear indeed from policymakers, young people, women, the private sector, people with disabilities, academia, indigenous groups, civil society, the media, and the public in general, very much looking to those recommendations that will contribute to the global discourse and that will also energize our efforts here in Zimbabwe. Earlier this month in Kenya, the 5th UN Environmental Assembly was held. The UNDP administrator, Achim Steiner, said, "A truly green recovery from our pandemic could cut both expected emissions by over 25%, but also boost our ability to recover from this pandemic with new priorities and better pathways forward." Ladies and gentlemen, let us indeed combine our efforts for immediate, holistic, and well-coordinated action for the environment. This will ensure our well-being and the well-being of future generations on a healthy planet. Zimbabwe has made huge strides when it comes to the management of environment and natural resources, but the challenges are also huge. I'm sure colleagues in this room and online are well aware of the latest report of the IPCC and the urgency that adds to the conversation. I'm sure you're also well versed on some of the progress made during COP26, but the fact that we really need to focus on COP27, which is taking place on the African continent. UNDP, under the NDC partnership and the climate promise, supported the NDC revision process, ensuring that it was inclusive and ambitious. We are excited that the government of Zimbabwe revised NDC represents a fair and ambitious 7% increase in emission reductions from 33% in the first NDC to 40% in this revised NDC. Ladies and gentlemen, we call upon all of you present today to identify and prioritize key actions from this national determined contribution, from the national biodiversity strategies and action plans, green economy, green recovery, and the National Development Strategy 1. Let me quote the Secretary General of the Stockholm Plus 50 International Conference, Inger Andersen, who is also the Executive Director of UNEP. She called on urgent action before Stockholm Plus 50. I quote, "We need to urgently work to transform our economies and society, but our branches will spread only as far as our roots are deep. By remembering Stockholm at 50, we also remember how the world came together to heal the ozone layer in 2013, phase out leaded fuel this year, and stop endangered species from going extinct. By convening in Stockholm, we also recommit to human and planetary health, responsibility, prosperity, equality, and peace. We have seen this all too clearly in COVID-19. UNDP, with funding from the Green Climate Fund and in partnership with several government agencies, is implementing the GCF Climate Resilience Project in the southern parts of Zimbabwe to strengthen the climate resilience of rural farmers. With about 50 million USD, the project is targeting 2.3 million beneficiaries directly or indirectly. Many of you might also be familiar with the Zimbabwe Resilience Building Fund, working with several government ministries, working at the central and the local level, and also working with the government of Sweden and our other development partners. These interventions will reinforce the efforts of a green recovery from the COVID pandemic, while helping communities adapt to the impact of climate change and promoting local action and adaptation and innovation, learning from the ground up. UNDP stands ready to support the government of Zimbabwe to tackle these challenges and to find sustainable solutions in line with national, regional, and global priorities and standards. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by saying we have only one Earth and the time is running out. Everyone's action count. Let me recognize all of you. Let me thank you for your commitment and your contribution. Let me also thank the Embassy of Sweden for this partnership. And let's all work together to make sure that meeting in Stockholm will indeed make a difference and the voices from Zimbabwe will be heard. I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mia, the resident representative for UNDP, for those remarks with the word of encouragement, urgency in the message, reference to the 5 decades, the action that has been taken, the ambition that the government has demonstrated in the revised NDC, the partnerships which we have demonstrated during the implementation, and what to look forward to as we go to COP27 building on what came out of COP26. She mentioned and identified a number of national priorities, which we hope if we are able to identify key actions to go forward, I think together we can make it, together we can look forward to a healthy planet as we continue to work together towards national, regional, and international obligations on the environment and human development. At this point in time, we'd like to take the next 15 minutes going through the second plenary, where we are going to discuss about achieving a sustainable and inclusive recovery from the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. As you may be aware already, or as you have seen, like I said before, that this pandemic was an X-ray which demonstrated and showed us that as the world, we are not really prepared for certain magnitudes of disasters, whether caused by the environment, whether caused by diseases, whether caused by other system failures. We are actually not yet prepared. And this pandemic gave us a chance to reboot, and not only to reboot, but to reboot in a greener manner. And truly a recovery which is sustainable, it has to be green, because this is the future. So we've got a number of questions which we would like to reflect on. And I want to invite one of my colleagues, either Tafaza or Cleopatra, to then capture the points on the flip chart as we start to do the discussions. And I'd like to pose the first question to the group. What are the most promising, sustainable, and inclusive practices currently being applied by public, private, civil society organizations, or individuals at the community level? And how can we scale those up? What strategies are we using to recover from COVID-19? And how best can we scale those activities to make sure that there is recovery? So we've got colleagues joining on online, and we've got colleagues who are joining on physically. So the floor is open. We'll take one by one contributions and we will capture the points. And again, I want to remind you that what we are looking for are straightforward points, which are recommendations to say, how best can we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic? Identify the best practices which are currently being done by any part of the stakeholders, and how best can we scale up those recovery strategies. The floor is open. Just like what we did in the first plenary, we came up with the 17 recommendations. And I expect that again in this session, we are able to pick very important and key actions and strategies which are being already implemented, which we can replicate or upscale. Again, introduce yourself with the organization you're coming from, then you share your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Ronim Baisa from Zimbabwe Sunshine Group. One of the intervention that we have seen as a result of trying to deal with an expected type of waste that crop up during the COVID, when COVID was on the peak, was COVID-related waste. And the interventions that we've seen are community waste transfer stations, where community deals with their waste at community level. It's then helped in terms of a migratory contraction of COVID, because when waste is transported from one community to another, that was when a lot of people could then get infected. But with this introduction of community waste transfer station, I think it's a very good initiative that needs to be upscaled so that every community can deal with their own waste at community level. I thank you.
Thanks very much. The first topic, waste, which is related to COVID-19. We've seen a lot of masks, a lot of injections, a lot of, those vaccines, bottles and things like that. How do we best manage those in the future? So currently, the waste transfer, community waste transfer model has been implemented, has been tested, and is currently ongoing. And we'd like to consider how best we could replicate this. Very good. So what is going to happen is we've got further consultations which are going to take place in different regions of the country, and some of these issues which are coming up here, we'll also post them to the other participants so that we can further build on these and go forward. Thank you very much. Second contribution.
Thank you very much. It's Dr. Manyani, Bindra University of Science Education. My contribution, as I look at the opportunities which came along with the COVID-19, is the increased use of ICT, which we need to recognize. By its increased use, we are actually saying it is also trying to help minimize waste, especially when we talk of waste of paper. Remember, most education centers, they are now into the use of ICT, which is paperless communication and so forth. In a way, it reduces waste. Then I also want to indicate that there is need, therefore, to increase accessibility to these ICT gadgets, especially in the rural areas, where you may find that there are some educational centers which at the moment do not have enough of these gadgets. Though we know that through partnerships and the assistance from our government and non-governmental organizations, some donations are being made for the availability of these gadgets. Let me also reiterate on the need for continued research into this area. We cannot leave out research which is being done in various institutions of higher learning. It is just important to consider some of the recommendations which come forward from these researches. That's my submission for now, that research is really critical in all this as a strategy. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you very much. Research is a very huge component which we will inform many fronts of interventions. Think of evidence-based policy, evidence-based advocacy, evidence-based strategization, and many other things. So that's very well noted. So as the moderator, I will take the liberty also to add some components which I think we will sort of nudge participants in terms of bringing in more and more contributions. So as you're thinking about recovering from COVID-19, think of how COVID-19 affected, for example, production in the agriculture sector. Think of how global supply chains were affected by COVID-19, how the industry responded to that. Think of, how people lost their jobs. Think of the potential of how we could create greener jobs as an opportunity, because COVID-19 was a challenge, but there are also opportunities which may come with that. So let me join the first question to the second question. We are asking about best practices which we are working, which we can upscale. Can you also tell me about current practices which are being done, which do not work, which we need to change, where we need to make some changes? Remember, we spoke about redirection in terms of how we are actually doing things. So what is that we need to change as a system so that we can recover from the COVID-19 pandemic in a greener way, in a faster way, in a sustainable way? Over to you.
We've got two people online. Lawrence?
Hello. Yes, hello. Yes, I think last week there was Africa Environmental Commemoration Day. I witnessed the event at Mapembe Nature Reserve. I've realized that community-based organizations at grassroots. The community, however, it is very important that the relevant stakeholders get into the partnership, not only skewed onto the government, but also into private sector engagement. The private sector engagement brings in accountability on economic sustainability. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We have captured the points. Thank you so much. Can we have more contributions before I move to the next question?
Yes, Nyari.
Yes, thank you very much. So for me, I'll buttress the point of resource ownership and land ownership for women and revisiting the customary land ownership to investigate how we can make land accessible to women and girls despite whether they are staying at their parents' house or they've been married. And upon remarrying, I'm buttressing this because we've also got a project that we're implementing in rural Burungwe that is focusing on climate and environment. And one of the key things that came out of our baseline was the issue of land ownership. And when we look at women as well and the land, there are issues of gender-based violence. So I would say as one of the key things, even as we look at COVID-19 and informal trading, women could not put the food on the table because they do not own resources. So I think one thing that I would like to see coming out of these processes strongly is that as Zimbabwe, we begin to talk about land ownership for women in rural communities. As far as customary marriage or customary law is concerned. So I would buttress the need for us to talk about land allocation and also the participation of women, the meaningful participation of women in platforms such as minerals owning, environmental processes. So yeah, for me, it's land ownership as well as leadership participation for women in these platforms. For women in the rural, as well as those living with disabilities, as was mentioned as well. So the same land ownership, access to decision-making for women, as well as those living with disabilities. Practically moving to that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Very strong point there. Resource and land ownership, especially for women, as a tool to help them to be able to recover from COVID-19. We're talking about access and control of land. Very important. Thank you very much. So I would like again to pose another question. If there's a response, maybe for this question, this one will be the last one, then I move to another question.
Mine was maybe to re-emphasize on the need for a reskilling program, maybe a national reskilling program, because after COVID and now the drive of circular economy that we are pushing, there is need to come up with tools on how best we can reskill different people from different working environment so that we align our work with the new green jobs that you're actually talking about. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Whenever there's a transition, I think there is need for change in many fronts. So, transitioning to that greener economy requires skilling and reskilling for people to be able to uptake those new opportunities. Those who are not prepared will lose their jobs, and we need to make sure that there is a just transition as we transition to a greener economy. I've got a very interesting question again, which I'm going to jump to so that we reflect on that. What are some of the commitments and responsible principles that need to be made by key industry sectors and by finance and investment institutions? So let me break down this question again. What are some of the commitments, responsible principles that need to be made by key industry sectors and by finance and investment institutions? Right. So as you may know that in the revised NDC, we identified the key economic sectors where there's a lot of potential in terms of both reducing the emissions of greenhouse gas emissions, but also helping the communities to be able to adapt to climate change. And one of the issues is that recently or currently, the amount of public financing which is available for us to be able to address this greening issue, environmental issues, biodiversity and climate change is not enough. So there is somewhere almost enough potential funding sitting somewhere, right? How do we work with our sectors of the economy to be able to avail or unlock access to investment, which will enable us to be able to recover from COVID-19 in a greener way? Remember the previous session, we discussed about one of the priority areas, which was the development and deployment of renewable energy as just one of the examples. How do we leverage sectors so that they can contribute to the discourse today? Commitments, responsible principles to be made by the industries. What sort of commitments does our industry need to make to move forward with regards to investments, environmental conservation, financing programs to support climate change adaptation, mitigation, climate smart agriculture?
Thank you. I see three. The first one is collaboration. There is no way that one sector will be able to do what needs to be done, even in their own sector alone. There are serious interlinkages there that require collaboration. So that's the first one I see. The second one is inclusion. It's going to be an impossible task for only one group of people, be they males, females, to do this alone. It needs the whole nation on board. Perhaps critically, this is why these consultations are ongoing, to ensure that the whole nation takes part. But also the third thing is to also then raise the level of awareness. This is at two levels. I'll not be surprised to find out that some of these industries and sectors who we hope should be able to make these changes are not aware of some of the issues, critical issues, and how they are harming the environment. So there is an awareness on the part of the industry, but also then awareness on the part of the citizenry, which should then also be raised or intensified, so that at least when that collaboration and inclusion happens, it happens at the back of awareness of what is trying to be achieved.
All right, thank you very much for the contribution. I also want to reflect just a bit, then I will take the next question. I want you to think of, because we've got many industries, we've got many sectors which are utilizing natural resources. And part of that consumption, if there is an externality to utilization of natural resources, it will create a problem where there's over degradation of those natural resources, and then there's a lack of paying back with regards, those three P's: people, planet, profit. How do we make our industry realize that the water which they are using, the energy which they are using is not finite? It definitely gets depleted at some point in time. What commitments do we want them to make? For example, if we want them to adopt minimum energy performance standards, if we want them to go 100% renewable energy, also think of how do financial institutions or pension funds come on board to finance the cause we're talking about here today: adoption of renewable energy, implementation of climate change adaptation, protection of natural resources, bringing of technology of biodiversity conservation, and fighting human wildlife conflict. I want you to think through those as you are reflecting on the points which you actually want to share. Yes, next contribution.
Thank you. I think for me, what is also important is to make sure that we try and target what we call responsible investors. I know we have economic challenges, and the government has been very clear that their focus is on foreign direct investment. But what kind of investors are we attracting? Because there's that tendency that as we are recovering from the pandemic, let's just get all investors on board, whether they are responsible or not. And this has got serious implications. We know that we have the Mandra Zimbabwe is open for business. We also know that when you look at the mining sector, the US $4 billion economy by 2023. So the tendency there will be to say, let's bring on board all investors in all forms and shapes. But for me, what will be most important, if we are to achieve these desired objectives, is basically responsible investors that are guided by the principles of responsible investment. Thank you.
Interesting. Responsible investments. I think this is one big area which would like to then take forward during other discussions to see what sort of commitments, what sort of recommendations can be given, especially for policymakers to take action and make sure that our industries, our sectors have got a guideline and something to comply to make sure that we preserve our environment. Thanks. Next question, next contribution.
Thank you. I think that we need to talk about the private sector here. I think the private sector needs to be included in these conversations. And, we're not going to have the finance through public and donor funds to address the issues that have to be addressed. The exact mechanisms of it, I think there's still a lot of work to do. But I think some organizations, some businesses over a certain size should be publishing their carbon footprint as part of their annual financial statements, and then demonstrating what they've done to reduce that, where it can be reduced. And in the areas where it's really difficult to reduce, they need to be making some sort of financial compensation, whether it's the form of carbon credits, funding going into preserving land or regenerating or replanting, so that they are not having a negative overall effect. Thank you.
Very interesting, very interesting. I think it's very important to start to get on the table with the private sector to try and understand their carbon footprint, how best they can try and reduce those. So I guess there's need for a system to be put in place for them to be able to report on their environmental footprint. We have started to do that in UNDP, I think, years back. So we do that annually. We publish that, and we do that across the globe in all the more than 191 countries where we operate. So it's a good practice, and you also get to save as you understand what you are, contributing, and you put targets, then you can reduce. Thanks a lot. What I will do is I'll take one question, one contribution, then I move to the last question because we've got 3 minutes. So a short one, then I introduce one question. I'll take 3 contributions.
We have Lawrence online. Lawrence, can you go ahead?
Yes, hello. I think it is very important that we change our business models. It's high time that public and private most financiers, they are looking for collaborations to augment each other's strengths and weaknesses. For example, I'll give you an example that Afri100, NEPAD, Sweden government, the Land Accelerator, World Resource Institution are funding private sectors, NGOs, and any other organization, whether community-based, if it has a financial model in any project that is restorative, either through value addition of forestry products or non-timber products from their restoration activities. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Lawrence, for that contribution. Very important, changing business models. I think it's very important, huge, and needs to be unpacked. At this stage, I will not take further questions. I want to introduce yet another exciting question. Very short. We'll take up to 3 contributions, then we move on to the next agenda item. So, like I mentioned before, the global supply chains, global activity, be it in agriculture, production, industry, education, everywhere, everything was stopped, but we are restarting. So I wanted us to think through what are the decent green jobs of the future, which are going to be created by this new opportunity, which we have. What are the skills needed in this sort of business? From the government side, from the academia, from the private sector side, what sort of skills are actually needed for people to be able to uptake these green jobs? So first of all, let's identify what sort of green jobs. Number 2, what sort of skills are required? I think with that, we would be good to close this session. If we identify those 2, I would take maybe, let me say, up to 4 contributions, then we close this session. What are the green jobs of the future? What skills are required for people to be able to uptake those green jobs?
Okay, there will be, in the future, there will be a lot of jobs which will be created by the greener environment. So I think more of environmental scientists, climate change scientists will also be needed. And this may include young people with a strong background of science, so that they can help in recycling, reusing, and also some will be in the industry of e-waste management. So there will be a lot of jobs being created by the greener environment, but academia should look at the science background. That is, we are moving more into e-mobility. The science will be dominating in the future.
Thank you very much. That's a statement which is very full, all-capturing and very insightful. The only thing I would add is that in the academia side of things, perhaps maybe they need to add more sort of practical curriculum which would prepare especially the youth to be able to take those technical positions in the greener economy. By the way, even climate smart agriculture is a green job. Working in the renewable energy sector is a green job. Managing waste and recycling is a green job. So we need to look at how the curriculum, the current curriculum, can prepare the graduates to come on board and start to do those kind of things. Next contribution, please.
Thank you very much for that opportunity. I think we need to really look at a critical assessment of where we are as Zimbabwe as a country. I'm looking at situations where, when you go around, particularly those, we have got an opportunity to drive maybe along Willowville Road, past what do you call it? The Highfield area, particularly when it is towards 6 p.m., 7 p.m. There's a lot of burning of tires there. We see heaps and heaps of, those pieces of wire that come from the tires, These are things that we are well aware of. And the point I'm trying to make is there's been a lot of dumping, particularly of old cars, old vehicles, tires, and what have you. So I think as Zimbabwe, the first thing that we need to do is to have research into those areas. How can we be able to recycle that stuff? Can we get equipment that can be used to crush the old car shells that really have been dumped in here to make way for that land to be usable for more cleaner industrial activities? I'm also looking at infrastructure. We've got zones that have been that we have had for years. For example, we know that Blaawai, for example, has been the industrial hub. So what we need to do is to make sure that government puts in place policies where we can have effective infrastructure, is first of all in terms of road networks, so that maybe we can have, let's say, the macadamia nut being produced in Manicaland, being processed further, even in Blaawai, so that they can specialize in the industry there, and while Manicaland specializes in farming or growing those trees, just as an example. I'll then go back to the issue of the carbon footprinting as industry. I think at this stage we've been in a survival mode coming from the economic downturn. Would need support, particularly in terms of training our people in terms of how to be able to do the carbon footprinting. Yes, we've been doing it, but we can actually do it some incentives in terms of helping us to be able to report so that we know exactly where we are and how we can move, on going forward. So I think we just need to make sure that we eliminate the waste that we have. So much of it is here. When you go around, it's old cars everywhere, tires everywhere. We need to clear that, make our land available for better use and effective use. Thank you very much.
All right, very interesting, a new and emerging area of concern there, and it would be really important to see what can be done. Just also to add that green jobs, they can either be found or they can be created. So we also need to move with a discussion of entrepreneurship in those areas. How can people move in to start small businesses to address environmental issues? So that either we find the green jobs where they exist, but also we can create the green jobs ourselves by addressing environmental problems. And by the way, it's not for free. You're actually able to run a viable business as you're creating that particular green job. Let me take the final question before I close this session.
Okay. Thank you very much. Maybe my contribution towards the issue of green jobs is that industrialists would be private companies or whatever. They should support innovations which are being carried out by individuals, be it in universities or in any other areas of learning. We have jobs being created in the development of software, that's software designers. We have green jobs, which are also being created into the e-market practitioners, whereby now people are marketing their services online. And we have also we have also an understanding of climate smart agriculture, how it is being done through the assistance of maybe WhatsApp. Farmers are getting information that is at their fingertips. So my emphasis is still on the development of skills for this information and communication technology, and also the acquisition of that technology which is relevant to our local environment, so that we do not degrade the environment, but continue to harness the best out of what is found within our local communities. That's my contribution.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm going to cut it here, but also to let you know that we've got an online consultation page called Spark Blue, and we're going to share details on how you can contribute to the discussions online. So later I will invite Emily to talk a bit about that and how you can contribute through the Spark Blue page so that we continue to engage before the conference, during the conference, and after the conference, right? So thank you so much. We would like to move to the next agenda item where we are going to have a plenary discussion for the next 15 minutes. And that session is going to be facilitated by Mr. Mutuzoliwayo from the Zimbabwe Environmental Law Association, where we are going to talk about acceleration and implementation of the environmental dimension of sustainable development in the context of the decade of action and the delivery of sustainable development. Mr. Mutuzlo.
Thank you very much, Jeremiah, and good afternoon to you all. The name is introduced is Mutuzoliwayo. I'm with the Zimbabwe Environmental Law Association. So in terms of the facilitation, I think a precedent has already been set by Jeremiah and Mr. Shoko from the Ministry of Environment, Climate, Tourism, and Hospitality Industry. So just use the same format in terms of understanding some of the actions that we need to take, but mainly looking at them from an environmental dimension. And the focus here is basically on sustainable development goals. I think from the introductions, it was very clear that the United Nations Conference on Environment or on the Human Environment that was held in Stockholm in 1972 was very critical in terms of laying the platform or the foundation for sustainable development as we know it today. And I think it all started with the conference. Then we went to the book, Our Common Future, or the Bratland Report of 1987. And of course, we then had the Rio Summit, the Rio 8th Summit in 1992. Then there was also follow-up meetings like the Johannesburg Conference on Sustainable Development. So it shows now that where we are now, I think sustainable development is one of the most fundamental goals that we are basically focusing on. And it all started from that conference. So I think for me, it's basically looking at those questions, those 6 questions, and how best we can respond to them as part of the national consultative processes, which have just been launched today. Of course, there are going to be subsequent meetings that are going to happen, that are going to be strengthened on this, but I think this is the beginning. So let's start with the first question. And I was also told that there are going to be some sticky notes that will be available so that those that may not be able to contribute, maybe through speaking or even online, they'll be able to write them down, and then this could actually be collected so that they infeed into the report. So the starting question is basically, what are the biggest challenges we are facing as a country in implementing the 2030 agenda and other environmental commitments? And when we talk about the 2030 agenda, we are basically speaking about sustainable development goals. I think some of these have actually come out in the previous conversations, but I think it would be good to hear from you in terms of what we see as some of those challenges that we are facing. I think these 2030 agenda goals are also reflected in the National Development Strategy, and these are also reflected in some of the commitments that we have had, that we have made as a country in terms of multilateral environmental agreements. You look at the Paris Agreement, for example. So what are some of the challenges that we face to make sure that we realize these goals, and how can we create an enabling environment for the delivery of these goals or the fulfillment or realization of these goals? So over to you. I think the mic is available for people to contribute.
Thank you very much for the question on the challenges which are being faced by the nation in general. I think some of these challenges have been mentioned in a way as we were discussing the other issues. Let me just share on the unsustainable extraction of raw or natural resources. Focusing on mining, for example, artisanal mining, the way how it is being done, it's not sustainable, to say the truth. Because you find it's not properly organized. Someone would just come from his home and just get into the river and start to extract the mineral. And this is unsustainable. It needs to be properly organized. And these people allocated particular areas where they can actually practice their extraction sustainably. Because you could find they just dig holes and leave them like that open. And these are dangerous to our livestock and like even people. So I think there is need to address this issue of extraction of resources, particularly minerals. Just raised my case on that.
Thank you very much. I think that's a key point. When you look at the National Development Strategy and other policies, let's say the US 12 billion economy by 2023, it says mining is critical in terms of the economic recovery, stabilization, and eventual growth. But we realize that if this is not done properly, I think whatever we are planning to achieve in terms of the National Development Strategy, we won't be able to achieve it. So the most important thing is how do we strike that balance in terms of making sure that mining, as we agree, is key in terms of economic recovery. But how is it going to be done so that it does not cause those damages that are going to affect the realization of sustainable development goals? Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think the COVID-19 pandemic has worsened a situation in the country where I'm looking at primary areas like, productivity going forward, being affected, because right now, as we speak, there's been a serious effect on education. I'll start with even the primary, education. I think we have lost the past 2 years, and probably this one, we are actually losing a part of it as well. Not only because of the COVID-19, but also the impasse that has been there, even with the education sector, the teachers and what have you, particularly the underprivileged members of society who cannot have extra lessons, who cannot do online education in what have you, rural communities. We are going to have a serious gap going forward where we have lost on the literacy levels that we had achieved in the years back. So we have people who are uneducated, people who are not productive, people who are actually suffering from hunger, because right now we are having situations where there's been droughts, a drought in some areas. Some of the crop has been written off as we speak, coupled with the losses we did how we can, I know the government is working on creating dams and what have you. I think the issue of water becomes very critical, and the issue of road infrastructure so that people can be able to move, the various crops, and to where they actually need it. So we need water so that we can have climate proofing, where people can grow anytime during the course of the year. That will be a serious challenge that is really going to affect us. So going forward, we've got to see how this education gap can be closed, productivity and what have you. I'm seeing people in grade 7 who can't read, so I think it's a serious challenge, Mr. Facilitator.
Thank you very much. I think Zimbabwe is a signatory to the Sustainable Development Goals. And out of those goals, out of those 17 goals, there are a number of goals that it is actually targeting in terms of implementation. And from your contribution, you pointed out a number of those that have been affected by the COVID pandemic. There's one, SDG 1 in terms of poverty, SDG 2 in terms of zero hunger, then of course education, SDG 4, then we also made reference to SDG 6 in terms of clean water and sanitation, and of course climate action. So all those are going to be affected, and that's why we are coming up with these possible solutions to address them. Next.
Yes, we've got somebody online, Walter. Can you go ahead? Walter? Walter, can you please unmute yourself?
Hello?
Yes, you can.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, you can. We can
Hello?
now hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I come from an artisanal and small-scale mining background, and I was very much touched by the previous speaker when he referred to a lot of holes or makomba in Shona, which have become a menace to people and animals. Let me say to the panel here that the artisanal miner contributes about 60% of the gold that is mined in this country. And mining is a very critical sector of our economy. I think what we need are laws that make mining conducive to the artisanal miner. We have a bill, the Mines and Minerals Bill, which is in the making. And we have always been recommending to government that there is need to accommodate the indigenous miner or the artisanal and small-scale miner so that whatever we do is in conformity with the law. And unless that is done and we are accommodated, you will continue to see these holes because people want to make a living. And the only provider of a conducive environment for everyone to contribute in the national fiscus is government. So I think we have made a few recommendations to Parliament in order to be able to accommodate the artisanal miner so that we can make a significant contribution to the national fiscus. That's one point. My second point is we also have big mining corporations in this country who sometimes make a follow-up of the small-scale miner to find out which minerals are being found in these areas. And they also have a social corporate responsibility. If they were to provide training, if they were to provide funding, that would also help our country, in realizing its fullest out of the natural resources that we have. But let me say, for us to be able to contribute to the social development goals program, the artisanal miner has to be supported by an instrument of law, which provides a conducive environment for us to fully contribute. I am the national chairperson of the Gemstones, Zimbabwe Gemstones Association. And gemstones alone is a $20 billion business. But because the law does not provide for a conducive, mining instrument for the small-scale miner, 95% of the gemstones that are being extracted in this country are finding their way out through unorthodox means. But we have engaged government, we have been engaged other stakeholders, so that we go on a mobilization program where we record who is doing what and where, so that government can fully realize from the natural resources that we have. But more so, let the Ministry of Finance be able to come in and fund some of our programs so that we realize what we can all get from what we have. And just for interest's sake, as I wind up my speech, we have certain gemstones which sell for $1,880 per carat, but we want collaboration in what we are doing. And as long as the law is not conducive, these monies will continue to find their way out of the country illegal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Walter, for those contributions. So I don't think there's any doubt that we all agree that artisanal small-scale miners play a very important role in terms of contributing towards economic development. More so when we have had these challenges in terms of a poorly performing economy, then climate change, and also the impact that we've had in terms of agriculture. So mining is now a source of livelihood. So I think the focus is how can this be done in a sustainable manner? So admittedly, the SM contribute, but I think those challenges that have been highlighted in terms of failure to rehabilitate the environment are also very evident. So I think what is most important is how do we put in place that legislation? Because as we speak, artisanal mining is illegal. So we may have that association, but the laws as they stand in terms of the Mines and Minerals Act, they don't recognize artisanal mining. It's basically illegal. So those activities, important as they are basically illegal. So that's why we have that opportunity in terms of the Mines and Minerals Amendment Bill, which may be able to provide that framework that allows artisanal miners to operate within the environment and also contribute towards economic development, but also paying tax and also rehabilitations as well. And I think he also made a very important point in terms of the gemstone sector. At the moment, there is no formal instrument or even policy that recognize it, but it's also a very important sector. And we heard him saying that through an orthodox manner, a lot of resources are leaving the country, but that's what we basically call illicit financial flows. So that's why we have the need to come up with a policy that recognizes the gemstone sector and maybe a law as well to make sure that we curb illicit financial flows that will help in terms of contributing towards the economy. Maybe we need to move to the another question. So let's go to question number 3. How do we transform governance and legal systems that maintain long-term economic stability and ecological and social well-being of all? I think we need to reflect on that question as well in terms of governance, because to a large extent, our ability to manage resource sustainable depend on governance. And here I'm basically referring to the laws and policies that lead to natural resource management. So maybe we can have another conversation on that.
Lawrence online.
Yes, I want to contribute on green building. Right now, as a country, we are still working with statutory instruments or building bylaws, which goes back for more than 40 years old. But there are some technologies or some building models which does not which are energy efficient, so to speak. So if there are statutory instruments that can be revised, or building bylaws that can be revised, so that the community or the society can build energy efficient buildings. Again, also on forestry resources, I think it is very important that we look into the harvesting of our indigenous trees, fruits, so that there is lead to over exploitation.
Okay, thanks for that, Walter.
Yes, and now coming to human habitat, looking for food, because people are over exploiting some of the species, although we need them. We need to.
I'm kindly asking you to repeat the question.
Oh, basically I asked, what are the good practice? I think, can someone beam it? The third question, what are the good, how to transform governance and legal systems that maintain long-term economic stability and ecological and social well-being for all?
Okay.
Question number 3.
It's number 3.
Yes.
Okay. I think in terms of the government part, governance part, we've got access benefit sharing of genetic resources, which are plants, animals, and microbes. And such laws should be, such legislation and information should be shared with everyone so that they know that they have a right to access to their indigenous resources, including women who are said to have little access to land. If they know that they've got access to that, then it will be empowering for them to even apply for the land, apply to use resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there is a need to also relook at the local bylaws that we have as far as maybe issues to do with waste management is concerned, because a number of bylaws are not in tandem, are not actually moving with the way trends are when it comes to management of waste. And also maybe would also need to develop a strategy or yes, a strategy on how best we can look at the issue when it comes to the issues of stranded resources. I think it's another one area that is also very important.
Okay, thank you. I think those are all important contributions as we move to the next speaker. But I think you point out some very good points. I've forgotten a name from the ministry in terms of access and benefit sharing. If you look at our constitution, it says communities should be able to benefit from the resources that are found within their localities. I think it's section 13, subsection 4 of the constitution. But we also have opportunity in terms of the reforms that are ongoing. For example, we have the reform of the Mines and Minerals Amendment, the reform of the Mines and Minerals Act through the Mines and Minerals Amendment Bill, which someone has made reference to. Then there's also review of the Parks and Wildlife Act as we speak. Then there's also the review of the Wildlife Policy of 1992, and also the National Forest Policy. All these are opportunities that can actually be used to make sure that there is a strength and benefiting from the communities, and also the review of the campfire program. Again, another opportunity. But I think what is most important is how could this be done in a sustainable manner in terms of access and benefit sharing. Next.
Thank you very much, sir. My contribution to that is, yes, we can have very beautiful laws in place to address all these risks that we're talking about. But one of the challenges that I notice at the moment is, do we have the capacity and the capability to enforce those laws? Right now, one of the challenges we are facing is serious brain drain. And as a result, most of the authorities that are supposed to enforce those things, they are incapacitated in terms of even the numbers of people who can do that, the infrastructure, the vehicles, some of it, I mean, to actually visit and monitor, activity in all those areas that we actually want to be monitored. So yes, we can go ahead and have those laws, but we need to be able to enforce. And also, more so, look at the reasons why some of those things are actually happening, because a lot of it is not out of ignorance. It's people knowing exactly what they are doing, but knowing that if they do it lawfully or sustainably, it will be more expensive. And they require someone to really enforce their activities. Who is that person? Where is that person? So I think, if anything, we need to make sure that we create a conducive environment for us to be able to retain the professionals that we are supposed to have who can actually be able to enforce those particular issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Brilliant intervention there in terms of the needed resources, both human and financial, for the enforcement of these very good laws and policies that we are developing. Any other contributions?
Yeah, I think we've got someone online.
Online,
Can you
okay.
go ahead?
Thank you. So I just want to build from the previous speaker who alluded to the fact that without resourcing these laws, we are good at doing nothing. And one of the things that quickly came to my mind was the issue of good governance. Where do we locate issues of corruption, issues of, leakages? within this industry. So for me, I think we need to probably have a big conversation around governance, transparency, accountability over resources that are there. That takes me to the next point that I wanted to say, which you also touched on, the financing of these policies. So Zimbabwe, we are very good at laws, which is good. We can't ridicule that, but we lack the financing and resourcing of those laws and policies. So for me, I think it is important that even as we are gathered today, as we're talking, as we're having these conversations moving forward, to look at the funding, including looking at the national budget, the fiscus, to say how do we practically have environment issues funded, the governance issues funded. And also, I just wanted to backtrack a little bit to a point that was raised earlier around issues of value addition. It was another question, but I just feel like it is also important that, so for example, if there is, producing of something in Manicaland, we must also be thinking about setting processing for value addition in Manicaland, because it reminds me of the conversation that is always had to say Africa is always producing raw materials, but the value of raw materials are actually enjoyed by those people who refine them. So if, for example, we say in Zimbabwe, we have production in Manicaland, then elsewhere, the processing, it means we all know that those who do the hard work don't get paid much. And then other communities are going to, to enjoy better than those people who actually own the resources. So I think for me, it becomes about how do we have the whole nation enjoying the cake without disadvantaging the others. So I think it's a big conversation that can be had, but I would then just circle back on the issue of good governance, financing of the policies and laws that are in place, and also, again, locating the issues of women and youths and the people living with disabilities, because when we go back to our statistics, they are more than 52%. So I just want to invite us to always be thinking about that across all the issues that we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those very important points in terms of transparent accountability and also value addition and beneficiation. We are running behind time, so we need to move to the last two questions. We can combine those in terms of the partnerships that we require and also in terms of the capacities and technologies that are required for us to realize sustainable development goals. So as we contribute, if we can just combine those, maybe for the next 2-3 minutes, then we can wind up. Thank you. It's question 5 and 6.
Thank you. I think in terms of capacities and technologies, we need to build our capacity to be able to do carbon accounting, and we need the technology and software to be able to do that. This is linked to the financing and conservation of natural resources. Thanks.
Thanks, Lucinda.
I think we have Lawrence online. Lawrence.
He's just left the meeting, unfortunately.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Maybe as we make reference to capacities and technologies, my contribution is that we have got our various institutions of learning, and these can be our starting point if we have proper programs which are conducive, programs which actually support this idea of sustainability. Like for instance, we have other institutions, including mine, which have already introduced the MSc in climate change and sustainable development programs. So we are saying the programs which are being offered by some institutions have to toe the line of the 5.0 mantra. I hope you are all aware that universities are now expected to go by the 5.0, where we no longer focus on teaching alone, but we also consider innovation, industrialization, and commercialization of outputs, which are coming from our industrial hubs. Most of the state institutions now have industrial hubs where, though in the infancy, but something is being done to capacitate our people so that they are able to face the environment, employing sustainable ways of maybe extracting our resources. That can be my contribution for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other contributions in terms of capacities and technologies that are required, and also the partnerships that we may need? I think in terms of partnership between the private sector and the public sector, which speaks directly to SDG number 17. I think for me, that's critical. We need those partnerships to exist between the private sector and the public sector to address some of these challenges. Any other contributions?
We've got someone online.
Sure.
Lawrence, are you back
Hello.
on?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes, I think apart from collaboration within our home ground, it is very important that our institutions of technology or science collaborate with the other institutions from developed countries for technology transfer. Because I think it's the Paris Agreement dictates that the developed country should facilitate technology transfer to less developed country. But I think the onus is on the institutions to facilitate those technologies. I'll give you, for example, an institution from Sweden, which is called Chalmers, is developed a carbon harvesting technology, which is not biological in nature, which is mechanical. From such institutions, we can learn a lot. Thank you.
One last one before we close. Anyone? Oh, maybe it means that we have exhausted in terms of the contributions. So thank you very much. I think, as we said, this is just the beginning of these national consultation meetings, which will eventually feed into the Stockholm Summit. So we'll have many of these, and hopefully we've been able to lay a very strong foundation for further consultation. So with this, I thank you, and I hand back over to UNDP. So over to you, Tafazo.
All right, thanks so much, Mutuso, for that. And thanks so much, colleagues, both joining us virtually for the support and actually great insights. I can see the chat box was really active. As you can see, we have more than 48 comments, and I think we'll take that on board as we come up with the report. So I think the recommendations and as we're doing the introductions, the leadership summit that is going to be happening in Stockholm from the 2nd and 3rd of June, we have three sessions. One, which is on the SDGs, which we have just done right now, on acceleration as we go into the decade of implementation. And then secondly, we're also going to have a session that is going to focus on green recovery. I think, as you note, as we're in the COVID pandemic, we're looking at how best can we recover and grow our economies in a green growth trajectory. And then the first session, which is the first leadership summit, is what what Mr. Shoko was talking about. What are the current challenges that we're facing, and how do we ensure that as we go forward, we actually address the various environmental challenges that we're facing, so that at least as we go into the next 5 decades of environmental implementation, we can actually address that. I know we've looked at the various environmental challenges that are facing. Waste has been coming out prominently, the issue of renewable energy, the issue to do with forests, but we also have another menace that is also now also growing in our midst, which is plastic waste. And as you can see, UNEA 5 talked about the need for a global treaty to address plastic waste. So that's also another thing that we have to look into. How do we address both? Obviously, in the past we had various environmental challenges, but we now have future environmental challenges also to do with the issues to do with COVID related waste, which is surgical. And the issue of is we want to go and transform our economies. We're looking at e-mobility, we're looking at e-waste, technology, which has talked about, that we now have seen the proliferation of technology use. But at the same time, that proliferation comes with its own challenges. So we need to also address those various challenges as we go forward. So we will not much deliberate in terms of what has come forward, but we now need to go and action these various things. So as we're looking at ensuring that we leave no one behind, and we have a whole of society approach in addressing the concerns that are here. And as the minister and the Zimbabwe goes to the global stage, we need a document that is organic and captures all our concerns from the private sector, the youth, people with disabilities, women, indigenous groups. All these voices will need to be captured. And how best can that be captured without also the voices of the third estate, the fourth estate, which is the media, which is in this house. So we rely upon you as we go about and implement this action. So we'll take cognizance of the fact that Zimbabwe is not only resident in Harare. So there are going to be other consultations that are going to happen across the country. There's going to be consultations that will happen in Manicaland, in Matebeleland, in Midlands, and then obviously also virtual. Emily will share with us how best we can also ensure participation virtually through our Spark group page, but also through the media, the SurveyMonkey, also WhatsApp platforms. And also I think one of the other things that came out prominently was the need to actually catch them young. So we also have something that is targeting especially at almost we can say the young, which is the children, through maybe there are going to be a competition which is going to be launched, which is also includes them actually doing a visual representation of what they see as the biggest challenge that we're facing and what they want to bring to the policymakers, because visuals also have an important aspect of conveying a particular message which can actually transform and actually share the emotions that the youth also and the children have. So that was also going to be done. And at the end, all this information that we have been doing and actually gathering through this launch of this particular platform is for us to have a national report, which will also be shared publicly before the representatives of Zimbabwe go to Stockholm and say, this is what Zimbabweans have actually put into the global platform, which we want the international and the global leaders to take into account. So without wasting much time, I'm going to ask Emily to guide us into the next stage so that we actually finish on time, as we have just indicated on our program. So I'll hand over to Emily.
Thank you so much. Allow me to thank all of you who attended today as well for honoring us with your presence and for being with us when we launched the national consultations in Zimbabwe ahead of Stockholm Plus 50. I'll be very brief because I think Fazwa has covered most of the things that we wanted to have said before the press conference starts, but I will encourage you all to have a look at our webpage, which is a Spark Blue web page. The link to that page was put in the press release as well. And if you do not yet have access to it, please come see me and I will give you the address. That also goes for anything else. Just if you want my email and if you want to contact me to know more about the way that we go forward, please go ahead and grab me before you leave this place. Thank you so much for press and media for being here today as well. I am hoping that we will be launching the youth competition on via our Spark Blue page and also via our social media next week. So that will be a very, very exciting way to include youth and to have different ways of participating, and not only do that through official channels of consultations and discussions like this. So that's very exciting. And you'll also all be very, very invited to take part in our online discussions. Even if you did take part today, please also go ahead and post some comments or additional remarks in the online consultations as well. So now I would just like to say that the press conference is going to start in a few minutes. We have Jeremiah Mashushu from UNDP, who's going to represent UNDP. We have Lucinda Tyser, who's going to represent the Swedish Embassy. So please welcome up and have a seat in the panel. And we also have Joseph Shoko from the Ministry of Environment, who will be representing the ministry. So please have a seat, and we will pass around the mic to media and press in the audience. And whoever the question is directed to will come up and speak in this share to respond to your questions. But firstly, let me also ask all of you in the panel to come up here, present yourself, and add any additional remarks if you have any that you want to lay out before the press and media comes to ask the questions. Jeremiah, do you want to start? Just do a very quick, again, short who you are, some remarks, and then we'll have Lucinda do the same.
Remarks or introduce myself?
Introduce yourself, please.
All right, colleagues, good afternoon once again. Like I said, my name is Jeremiah Mshosho. I'm the program analyst for environment, climate change, and energy. I lead a portfolio in those areas. And as part of our strategies, I think one thing which is very strong is whole society approach, the whole of government approach, as we aim to capacitate national institutions for them to be able to stand, put policies in place, create an enabling environment, finance programs, and do many other things which will position the country to implement the issues which we're discussing today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeremiah. Can I please welcome Lucinda Tyser up? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lucinda Tyser, and I'm the Program Officer for Climate and Environment at the Embassy of Sweden in Harare. Thank you all for your time and your contributions this morning. Part of my job is to manage the environment portfolio that the embassy is implementing. So as part of the Swedish Development Agency, we fund various initiatives that go towards environmental protection. So we have a portfolio with a number of projects, and I manage those. Of course, listening to all of the conversations and the input this morning has been incredibly useful for me, thinking about what we need to do and where is Sweden best placed to support Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucinda. And will you please come up as well, Joseph Shoko, and present yourself again? Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Joseph Shoko. I'm sure this is the third time now introducing myself. I hope I'm not a monotony to you now, but I am coming from the Ministry of Environment, Climate, Tourism, and Hospitality Industry. I'm a Chief Environment in the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. I'm sure you're quite aware that when the Stockholm was launched in 1972, one of the mandates that were given to member countries was actually to come up with strategies and form organs that implement Stockholm Convention principles. And as this is actually a way we are coming from as a ministry to say we want to forge ahead and implement principles of the Stockholm Convention of 1972. And you will realize that as a ministry, we've got various departments. We've got the climate change department, where we have already established the climate change response strategy. We also have the Environmental Management Agency, which is a culmination of the 1972 Stockholm Convention, and the Forestry Commission. All those implement strategies for the principles of the Stockholm. I'm not forgetting Zimbabwe Parks and Wildlife Management, which is part of our department, for which we want to forge ahead and look at how we can salvage the environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shoko. So now, press, media, please feel free to raise your hand and we will walk around with the microphone so that you can pose your questions.
Thank you very, very much. My name is Tendai Guamombe. I am a journalist with the Spotlight Online News Africa. So environment and climate change is my game. So what I would like to get from probably any of the panelists is how are we determined to make sure that we have considered those pieces of legislations that speaks to issues of biodiversity, issues to do with conservation of natural resources, because as the deliberations were going in the midst of the proceedings, there were a number of contributions given by different stakeholders in this house. But my worry here is we might end up having a duplication of roles, because some of the recommendations I understand were provided for by the pieces of legislations that are already in place. So my area of concern is mainly centered on the bilateral approach to those different pieces of legislations. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you want to start, Lucinda? No. Sorry. If you want to take the podium, please. Sorry.
Yeah, okay, so just in terms of the question around the legislation, sorry, what exactly are you asking there?
As we move forward to unravel, or rather to implement this program, to what extent have we gone to make sure that we have combined the provisions in the different pieces of legislations that speaks to biodiversity and conservation of natural resources here in Zimbabwe? Probably that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, so I think one of the positive things in Zimbabwe, we do have relatively good frameworks and legislation in place already to work with. There are some countries in which that isn't there yet. So we've got to be positive about that. But I think that there is updates that are happening. I know the Zimbabwe Environmental Law Association is working with government on updating many of the policies related to biodiversity and management of natural resources. But also, as we discussed as part of the discussions today, you know, if you can have the best legislation in place, but is it implemented? And is there the finance behind it to actually make sure that there's action? And are there the resources to make sure that if somebody is committing a crime, is it followed up? So I absolutely take your point. I think that that has to be addressed in the coming years. And in terms of what Sweden is hoping to do, in our new strategy for Zimbabwe, we have a specific area about management of natural resources and biodiversity. And it's about making sure that the communities that are living close to these areas, which are a source of great wealth to the country, are actually able to see the benefits of that wealth themselves, and they're no longer living in poverty. So that is one of the challenges that we are trying to address through various partners at the embassy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucinda. Do we want to hear from Jeremiah or Mr. Choko as well? If so, could you please take the podium if you have anything to add?
Thank you very much for the good question that you raised, specifically to do with implementation, which I think is very critical as we go forward. One of the most important action that we have taken from government perspective is a political commitment, particularly by our hierarchy. I'm sure you are all aware that His Excellency, the President, is taking a lead in terms of cleaning the environment. One of the issues that was raised was waste management. And I'm sure in the process, as we have declared the rapport can help. By the way, what is the date for cleanups every month? The first Friday of every month has been actually dedicated to cleaning the environment, which is very critical as we move on. And as the whole of government, one other critical issue is the aspect of devolution, devolution to grassroots level, where government seeks to have to take on board all the communities, and as far as the environment is concerned. You will also remember that we are an affiliate to a number of institutions that are international, and by all means, as whole of government, we are doing that, and deliberately, government is actually coming up with programs where we see ministries coming together and fight in the same direction. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will move ahead. We have another question over here. Please state your name and where you're coming from, and also who you're addressing, please.
Okay, my name is Alan Bochwa. I'm from the Business Connect. My question is focused on Mia Sepo's address, where she said there is a Green Climate Fund, climate resistant project to strengthen climate resilient rural farmers. And the project has about 50 million that is set to be dispersed to 2.3 million beneficiaries. My question is, how will the funds be dispersed, and who is eligible for these funds?
Thank you so much. I think Jeremiah, if you could take the podium. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question and your interest about the project. So the 50 million project which Mia spoke about is a climate resilience project focusing on rural farmers in the southern parts of Zimbabwe. The project is being implemented in Matabeleland South, Masvingo, and Manicaland, and it's targeting 15 districts where we are envisaging that it's going to support directly and indirectly about 2.3 million beneficiaries. How the money is going to be disbursed? The 50 million includes what we call co-financing, which is coming from UNDP Zimbabwe and the government of Zimbabwe. And $26 million is coming as a grant or cash from the Green Climate Fund. The project is a 7-year project, and annually we do an annual work plan and identify the needs for that particular year, then we request a grant for that particular year. For example, this year we requested about $7 million to do a number of activities which we want to do. So it doesn't mean that the money which is going to come is 50 million. The money which is going to come is about $26 million. And the co-financing entails our commitment as a people of Zimbabwe that the work which is going on is in line with our national priorities. We are already doing it. We're putting something into it. So what happens is when the money which is supposed to come from the Green Climate Fund, it comes through what we call an accredited entity. And in this case, UNDP Zimbabwe is the accredited entity. Once that money comes, it goes through for implementation through a national government agency or a ministry. And in this case, it is the Ministry of Agriculture. So the Minister of Agriculture does request UNDP to do direct procurement, to buy things for the project, and also pay, for example, if it's travel allowance and things like that. So this is how the money is gonna move. How the beneficiaries are going to be selected. There is a selection criteria in the project where we identified through what we call hazard mapping, which was conducted by the Zimbabwe Resilience Building Fund, where we did multiple overlaying of problems, for example, droughts, mid-dry spell seasons, poverty, and many other things. And we identified hotspots in the southern parts of Zimbabwe. And the sort of interventions which we're going to do there, I will talk a bit about them, but how we identified people is that we identified 15 districts who are the most vulnerable to climate change in those provinces. And for each province, I'll mention 1 or 2 districts. For example, in Matabeleland South, we've got Gwanda. In Manicaland, we've got Buhera. In Masvingo, we've got Masvingo district, just as an example, but in total, we've got 15 districts. So within those districts, we are selecting different wards as per their vulnerability. And I can say that we are looking at 137 wards where we're going to do the implementation in those areas. How we identify those people, the exact people who are going to benefit, we are working with the local leadership. We're working with the agritechs. We're working with the Minister of Agriculture to identify the people who fit the bill. So there is a selection criteria, which I cannot tell you off the head on how that was designed to say who is going to benefit in that. But what is important is for you to know that this project is complementing the Pfumvudza program, because we're distributing what we're calling climate smart packages, which are in line with the Pfumvudza program. So the kind of activities which we're doing to start with, we are going to revitalize, we're going to start new irrigation schemes, in total of 21 irrigation schemes, because we realize that in those areas, water is a problem. We are also going to buy automatic weather stations, because we realize that early warning systems, climate information is very important. So those weather stations are going to beef up the network of weather stations for the Meteorological Service Department, for them to be able to provide tailor-made and localized climate services for the farmers. We are going to procure 10 river level gauging stations, which are going to provide river level data for the farmers in their localities, because we realize that this is one of the data which is lacking for the farmers to be able to plan and increase their production. But the main concept which we are using is called climate smart agriculture. That's why we are deploying those climate smart packages for the rural farmer. So what we are targeting is smallholder commercial farmers, smallholder farmers, not commercial farmers, smallholder farmers, both in dryland and the ones in the irrigated areas. So let me stop here. I'm going to spend 5 days talking about the project. So in brief, this is it about the Green Climate Fund project. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you so much. Do we have any additional comments or questions from press and media? Do we have any online? No. Then maybe I will hand over to Tafadswa to make some final remarks, and I will thank the panel. Thank you so much for being available. And yes, do you want to make some? Yes, Jeremiah.
Yes, so I thought since the media no longer have questions, perhaps I could also ask them questions. Look, this is a huge issue and the actions are very urgent. And if you go around and do a CAP survey, knowledge, attitudes, assessments and things like that, you would realize that a lot of people do not have information about environmental management. I'm not only talking about the Stockholm plus 50 conference, but many issues, renewable energy, climate change, biodiversity conversation, which is, I think the first step is to have the information. What would you say are things or technologies or mechanisms or institutions which are lacking for the media to be able to effectively deliver the education and awareness components for environmental, climate change and renewable energy programs? We want to hear from you. This is very important going forward on how we plan the work. So the media, what are the problems? What are the issues, the technologies, the capacities which you are lacking to effectively deliver awareness on environmental programs? I thank you.
Thank you, Jeremiah. We have an additional question from press as well.
Thank you, and thank you, Jerry, as well. My name is Rumbidzai Takawira. I am a conservation ambassador, and I mainly deal with issues of wildlife and human and wildlife conflict issues as well, and also climate change. And I like the question that you actually raised, Jerry, and it also sort of links to the question that I have, because I was going to ask what measures you have put in place to ensure that we've got the capacitation of journalists who are dealing with the issues to do with the environment. Not many journalists are given access most of the times to specific projects that actually take place within the environmental arena. What measures have you put in place to ensure that they are also capacitated? And within capacitating them, you've got so much scientific jargon. What are you putting in place to ensure that they understand the issues, the environmental issues that are taking place in our country and across the continent and in the world, and how best they can also articulate these issues? How are you integrating the journalists into your decision-making processes and even into policy making? Are you getting their voices as well? And are they also integrated into all these processes? Thanks.
Thank you so much. That is a great question. Yes, we have another one here. I think we'll hear you first and then we'll.
Okay, thank you, Tendai Guvamombe, once again. With regards to the question that have been posed by Mr. Mushosho, I think the issue here, we can start from the documents which have been launched by the government. I understand we do have the communication strategies which have been launched by the government. I think that could be a starting point with regards to media engagement into this whole aspect. Then after the communication strategy, the journalists we have today here in Zimbabwe, they might be failing to articulate well or interpret on what those communications learning strategy means and what they expected to do with regards to awareness drive and packaging information as well. So what is needed at first is to make sure that these journalists are fully capacitated Once you capacitate the journalist, it's just good as educating the whole nation, because the media plays a pivotal role by means of information dissemination. So that's the starting point. Without proper capacity building initiative for journalists, grasp those technical jargons from climate change and environment and turning them into simplicity, so that a layman from Chivu downtrodden area can have a share of knowledge. So without proper media engagement, we are going nowhere, because whenever we are talking about an awareness drive, it has to start with the media. And in this case, for us to go forward, we need to prioritize media initiatives on environment, the likes of putting financing strategies on some of these programs. Those are my assumptions. Thank you.
Many thanks for that additional comment. Do we have any more additional comments from the audience, or do you want to respond to that, maybe Jeremiah? Or the other panelists also are very invited to speak.
All right, very interesting questions right there. What measures have been put in place for journalists in the environmental area, for them to be capacitated, to be able not only to report, but to actually understand the issues? It's much easier to report on something which you really understand. It's very important. I've watched, those big news TVs. The people are really knowledgeable about whatever they're talking about. They can actually put you in a corner when they are interviewing you, because they know maybe perhaps more than you if you are not, So I think what we are doing right now, this is a starting point to really involve the media. In fact, we are sort of trying to upscale the engagement which we started during the NDC revision process through our whole society approach. We started an engagement model for the future, which is inclusive and transparent. So what we need to do right now, I would invite the media to sit on the table, right, with development partners and discuss their needs, so that we can see how best we can implement, especially where we realize that there are gaps. And one thing which is very important, which I always tell the youth, if you come by yourself and say we are the youth and you are just one person, you are asking for, capacity building and things like that. It's very difficult for us, for example, to really say we're supporting just one organization or just an individual. But if you combine your efforts and bring together a request which is robust, which is feasible, practical, and implementable, I think we can discuss and start from there and see how best we can capacitate the media. And the easiest way of doing things, I think what we're going to do is to further increase the participation of the media during the consultations, during the event itself, and also after the event. Emily has spoken about the Spark Blue process. That one is open to everybody, but we are going to invite media in all the consultations which we are going to have. I think the upcoming ones, we've got Gweru, we've got Blawai, we've got Mtare. We will make sure that there is a slot for participation for the media. And we also expect something from you. Once you attend an event like this, let's have a story. Let it go out there. Let people read about it. Visibility is very important, because this is one way we are going to raise awareness about the activities. We are going to help people change their behaviors. As UNDP and our partners, including the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change, and Tourism, we developed what we call a two-way NDC communication strategy, because we realized that there was a one-way communication channel where the information is channeled to people, but there is no feedback mechanism where we understand if people really understand what we have communicated. Are people really actioning? What sort of challenges are they facing? So I also invite the media to look for the two-way NDC communication strategy and see what implementable actions we can discuss on the table and see what can be done. I can tell you that myself and Tafadzwa, we are open to sit on the table and discuss and see what sort of activities can be done to capacitate the media to be able to report on these issues. But in the next 3-4 months, we expect a number of stories for the build up to the Stockholm +50 conference, right? So that's also our expectation from the media. Tendai spoke about something which is very important in terms of decoding the information which can be understood by a local person. I can imagine if you go to the rural areas and tell them that today there's going to be 5 millimeters of rainfall. What does that mean to them? It doesn't help them to understand if they grow such a crop, if they grow at such a time, they don't really understand what needs to be done. So I would say there is, I think, some sort of a program which needs to be done, firstly, to make sure that the media communication is in all the languages which are spoken in the country. I think it's the starting point, because most of the information which you see, at best, it could be in Shona or in Ndebele, right? But we always know that it's English. So I think I also invite the media to try and think through to see what sort of a program would help them to be able to deliver on this front. This is very, very important, because it's good to generate the information and channel it out there. Understanding it is another, right? So this is very important. And lastly, I wanted to mention about the messaging. Think of a situation where somebody comes and writes and says, the future generations will not be able to see the animals, the trees, there won't be water and things like that. And compare that with somebody who would come and say, people in Maldives in the next 2 years, they are going to sink because of climate change. Ice is going to melt, their country is going to disappear. Next season, you're not going to have rainfall because of A, B, C, D. Try to think of that kind of messaging to say, okay, which one works first? But of course, we need messaging which is backed by scientific facts. So there is the IPCC, which publishes a lot of reports with that information. So in simple terms, I'm encouraging our media colleagues to read the technical papers so that whatever you produce, whatever you write out there is in sync with the scientific data, which is there. But most importantly, decode that into local information. So what action does Go in the rural area should do, or what does she need to know about climate change and how it affects her life? What does she need to do? So those are, I would say, those are my comments. But again, I want to invite you that we are open to sit on the table and discuss a capacity building program. And let's see how we move forward with that. I think.
Thank you so much. And now I'm handing up. Do you want to, sorry.
Okay, thank you. My very, very last issue with regards to the trend here in Zimbabwe, specifically looking at environment and issues to do with climate change. We haven't had any visibility of local media guys at international forums. You know, it's something which has been, you know, lacking with regards to our camp. I don't know what is it that can we do, what we can ensure. It's all about having the technical guys, you know, the officials coming to give us feedbacks of what would have transpired at a particular conference, probably in Sweden, probably in Glasgow, probably elsewhere. But we don't have that proper engagement so that some of our local guys, they can have, you know, mixing and mingling with the professionals abroad, something like that. It's something which can also upscale our levels of reporting standards as well. It's just something that came as Mr. Mshosha was, you know, ironing out some of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you for that last. Do we have another additional comment? Yes, one last comment.
Thank you. Yeah, today I'm a journalist. Well, that's good. Yeah, I think, thank you for a very good question, Jeremiah, for that one. I think the approach possibly that we take will definitely determine in terms of whether we're going to get a result or not, because it's garbage in, garbage out. So without an investment, definitely we should definitely forget about the results, because we should get results from where we put an investment. Taking a very good example like Wamombe, I think you're one of our very knowledgeable journalists in terms of understanding climate change anyway. But it does not come just like that. It comes as a result of our investment. I'm sure Jeremiah understands also the fact that we ran a project through UNDP, which had specific trainings, especially with the journalists, where we would take them for a week, specifically to train them on understanding climate change. And you can tell when they write climate change stories, look at what Guamombe writes in terms of climate change. It definitely is a cut above the rest, because understands the figures, understands the Paris Agreement, understands all these things that are happening. So in terms of what we're doing here, we also need to have an approach which we do not by design, but we should just be able to do it by desire, so that at least we're able to do that one. Then in terms of participating in some of these international platforms, definitely, we normally have some of the challenges, especially because when it comes now to the issues of travels, it may be because of our economy, some of that sort. We tend not to have the best journalists going to some of these meetings. And some of them, I always tell them when they come to ask us questions, to tell them that, you don't have even the capacity to ask me a question, that type of thing. So we definitely want also, possibly for those who support, those who go to some of these meetings, to sort of possibly have maybe a competitive process of some sort, or a criterion that is done on purpose to ensure that the country is definitely properly represented. That thing has to be done on purpose. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all the important remarks and questions that we've had today. I just want to again emphasize that you are very free to reach out to me, and it would be great to continue having a discussion in regards to how we best go about media and press for Stockholm Plus 50. So please reach out and we can collaborate as well. Thank you again to the panel, and we are running out of time, so I will ask you, Tafatswa, to please take the stage and make some final remarks. Thank you.
Right, thanks so much, Emily. I will not waste much time. I just want to give a word of gratitude to everyone who managed to join us physically at this event, and those who managed to join us virtually. I think during the peak of the discussions, we had more than 50 participants who were with us virtually. And I know with the data tariffs that are out there, it calls for a lot and shows commitment. So thanks so much for the questions and contributions that were coming out virtually. We noted your contact details and we'll liaise with you on the way forward. Thanks so much to our distinguished panelists who managed to answer all those heated questions from the journalists. And I think an official press release is also out there. Emily has shared it out. You can also get that if you want to use it in your various media houses. And I think with some of the questions that Jeremiah has indicated, feel free to reach out to me or Jeremiah, and we'll be able to see how best we can assist each other in terms of the concerns that you've raised. I will not give some of the responses on this platform because I think we can have bilateral engagements with that. And as it is now time for lunch, allow me to say thank you so much, and let us break out for lunch and we can liaise on the way forward in terms of all the other step consultations that that are going to be doing. Anyone else who did not get tickets, please reach out to Cleopatra with your hand up. And if you do not also register for all submissions for this meeting, please make sure that you have registered, because that's the only way we can also give you some of the necessary information which relates to this Stockholm 50 and also the broader discussions that are going to go ahead. Please don't look at this Stockholm 50 as a climate change discussion. It's broader beyond climate change issues. We're looking at biodiversity laws. We're looking at also the issues to do with forests and all the other themes, energy. So it's broader. So let's not only limit our discussions to the issues to do with climate change. So thank you so much and have a great day. Thank you. So Emily is, okay, lunch is being served upstairs. My apologies for that non-inclusive venue that they've given us to have a meeting upstairs. I hope the elevators are working. So thank you so much. Have a good day.